Give now. Jack go wild. Drop that link. Stay for a while. Camera on, I'm locked in. Fresh white tee, same old grin. Got my day ones in that feed. New names too, yeah, that's the dream. Scroll that list, see who came. Type that name, say that name. Little wave, big old smile. We just vibe and stay a while. Stream, start, hit that hard. Drop your name in the chat, take part. Turn me up wherever you are. We just press play, make this room our part. Stream, start, like that bar. All my people, you the real stars. Turn me up wherever you are. From the couch to the car, yeah. Stream, start, delay slight, but the love real. You spam hype, I just feel. Little inside joke, catch that phrase. We build worlds in these waves. Dance in your chair, I dance in mine. Different city, same timeline. You got work, keep that grind. I'll bring beats, you bring time. Whoa. Stream, start, hit that hard. Drop your name in the chat, take part. Turn me up wherever you are. We just press play, make this room our park. Stream, start, like that bar. All my people, you the real stars. Turn me up wherever you are. From the couch to the car, yeah. Stream, start. I learned to smile, but weight on my back. Book bag torn and the floorboards cracked. Mama said, boy, keep your head up straight. But some nights I bent till I met that eight. I got a name, but it felt too small. Like a paper crown in the rain so tall. I clap for the ones who would never clap back. Still I kept my feet on that crooked track. If I fall forward. If I bleed, let it mean more. I've been broke in a room full of gold. Still I knew what I came for. Paper crown, paper crown. I wore it down, wore it down. Paper crown. Still I stand my ground. They can take the shine away. They can't take my name today. Paper crown. I wore it down, wore it down. My brother called from a borrowed phone. Said, don't let them make that pain your home. He had a laugh like a busted screen. Still he spoke like he could split a dream. I seen friends turn cold for a little change. Seen truth get dressed up in the stranger's face. So I kept one light in a busted room. And I learned how to bloom in the same old gloom. If I fall, I fall forward. If I break honest. I've been lost in the crowd, but my voice kept the pulse in the promise. Paper crown. I wore it down, wore it down. Paper crown. Still I stand my ground. They can take the shine away. They can't take my name today. Paper crown. I wore it down, wore it down. I don't need a throne, I just need my bones to hold me when the wind gets mean. I don't need applause, I just need the scars to remind me what I've seen. So if the night comes hard and it pulls too far, I'll sing through the rust and rain. 'Cause I was built by the fall, and the shape of it all makes me hard to shade. Paper crown. I wore it down, wore it down. Paper crown. You said forever, but forever got deleted. Glitched my soul, now I'm reloading. Wrote this for the last one that did me wrong. Swore you had my back when the whole world was gone. You smiled in my face, then stabbed me in the song. Now my heart on do not disturb, I turn my feelings off. You did me wrong, wrong, wrong. Left me in the matrix, baby, all alone. I was down bad, you were switching up the tone. Now I'm levitating, watch me build a better throne. You did me wrong. We was posted in the trenches, talking dreams and manifestation. You said, I'm your ride or die, now you riding with the haters. I was sigil carving futures, you was deleting conversations. Told me trust the process, then you blocked me on every occasion. Chaos in my chest, I was losing my vibration. You took the love I gave and turned it into cancellation. Now I'm laughing in the dark, turn my pain to activation. Every scar power up, watch the glitch turn into elevation. I wrote this for the last one and did me wrong. Swore you had my back when the whole world was gone. You smiled in my face and stabbed me in the song. Now my heart on do not disturb, I turn my feelings off. You did me wrong, wrong, wrong. Left me in the matrix, baby, all alone. I was down bad, you were switching up the tone. Now I'm levitating, watch me build a better throne. You did me wrong. Said you love to miss this shit, love the way I've been reality. But when the storm hit different, you ran for normalcy. I was breathing fire, you was playing safe and cowardly. Now I'm back in my bag, turn the trauma to sorcery. No more begging for loyalty, I delete the whole folder. New old ex installed, baby, I'm feeling colder. You thought you broke me, nah, you just made me bolder. Chaos magic in my veins, I'm getting over you in folders. I hope you see me glowing, hope it hurts a little. Every time you scroll and see what you left in the middle. I ain't mad no more, I just leveled up the riddle. Thank you for the lesson, now I'm running up the middle. I wrote this for the last one that did me wrong. Turn my pain to power, now the weak shit is gone. You tried to dim the light, but the glitch made me strong. I'm a whole new version, baby, singing my own song. You did me wrong, wrong.
Can you guess what we're playing? Can you guess?
Camera on, I'm locked in. Late night, eyes wide, mind humps, tongue tied, room still, brain wide, page blank, so fire. Ideas drip like IV lines, then snap hope map in a single sign. One frame flips, every piece of lines. I blink once, read between the blinds. Blueprint folded in the grain of sand. Whole Cosmo lecture in the back of my hand. Thoughts cross traffic, then they braid and band. Two currents crash, then they understand. Used to chase clues, now they chase me back. Whole thesis lands in a single flashback. Past, present, futures all stack and stack. One clean click, whole code unpack. Gamma flash, two hemispheres collide. Instant knowing, no money die. Whole sky fits in the back of my mind. One bright spark, and the patterns all align. Gamma flash, two hemispheres collide. Instant knowing, no money die. Veil falls off, truth walks inside. One deep breath, and the answers coincide. Word in my chest, image in my crown. Both speak at once, then the noise dies down. Logic, vision, locked in the vow. Left hand writes what the right dreams now. Questions queue up, then dissolve on sight. Labels peel back from the shapes of life. Every rough edge shows a hidden design.
Yo, yo, yo. Hello, hello, hello. And welcome This is the most people I've ever had in. So thank you, all three of you. I appreciate you. I hope you're doing okay. Let's start the weekend with a win. Probably not. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. We're definitely probably not gonna win. But we're gonna try. We're gonna try. We're gonna vibe. And we're gonna chill. Comment, like, subscribe. Do whatever you want or don't. I don't care. I'm chilling. Can you see the dog? If you see the camera moving, it's because he follows me. Just waiting for the shaders to load. I downloaded this. Don't know what it is. If anyone could help me. These are my stats. Total matches 1. Match history. The next song is about a girl I seen on the train, and I write. I keep like little dump pads, so I got pads everywhere for my ADHD brain. I got little dump pads, and I write things down. And this one's about a little indie girl I seen on the train. You're stuck in my brain. And we're on. We are playing. Who should we go? Who should we go first? On the train. Do we do ranked? Fuck it. 2 days left. Don't want to be this guy though. What are my settings yet? What's my sound settings? Because 100%. That's just very loud then, is it? Is it that music's just very loud? Next one. Will synchronize your both hemispheres of your brain whilst listening to it. Where do we want to go? I haven't played this in ages. I don't know why he's not coming up. There he is.
your veins. Hear me sing, reset, breaking all the chains. Let your busy mind drift out of the way. While the
This is probably my favorite ever song that I've done. And well,
deep breath,
it incorporates hemi-synchronization, binary
bare
beats,
feet on the ground.
and the solfeggio frequencies. So it's naturally going to elevate your conscious state,
Mind quiet.
come here for deep talk, vibes, and chill.
Wake up to a blue screen sunrise.
Can't wait for the new season. The new season's out soon.
I've been running on a deadline drum, heart racing to a clock that hums like wire. But the dirt remembers my real name. Mud on my heel, that's my last name. I was born on a heartbeat drum. Every tree in the yard was a blood vein. Now I'm walking to the old creek, phone off, wind in the pines, let it sound
Oh
off.
no.
Little song under all this noise, like a bass line older than our voices. Knees in the moss, I can feel it. Little soft throb in the field, that's the realest. Every rock, every root, all breathing. Every breath back in sync with the season. 783, feel the earth in your veins. Listen, reset, breaking all the chains. Lay your burden down, let the ground hold the pain. Let the thunder roll through your doubts like rain. 783, feel the earth in your veins. Hear me sing, reset, breaking all the chains. Let your busy mind drift out of the way, while the living world hums you away. City heartbeat stuck in high gear. Sirens sing the same old nightmares, but under that concrete armor is a slow way whispering, come here. I've been fasting from the static trains, hands in the garden, dirt under my nails like chance. Every seed that I press in the soil is a prayer that I plant for my people's dance. I hear my ancestors in the soft roll of thunder, whoa, telling me, child, don't forget that wonder. Your pulse is a drum in a million chord choir. Every step on the ground puts the ghost in the fire. So I sit spine tall on the hillside, watch clouds write poems in the big sky. Feel that low hum to myself like a quiet note. Old song rising in my throat. 783, feel the earth in
In
your
my
veins.
veins.
Hear me sing, reset, breaking all the chains.
It promotes mind and heart coherence. That's what it does. Should I leave it play while I'm playing?
We cannot resist the flame, so let us dance across it.
While the living world hums,
I'm ready for whatever today brings.
palms to the breeze. Oh yeah, head high, crown in the trees. You were not lost, you were root in the rain. Find your rhythm in the pulse.
Introducing your champion.
Every footstep, prayer in the clay.
I only go until 11 o'clock, guys, because I've been asked to attend a space. I will be tweeting. I will be streaming the space, I think. So feel free to stay.
I'm Jump Master. You'll never see the end of the road when you're traveling with me. Land there. Trust your elders, eh? Slice of heaven, this. Time we tear it apart.
I ain't very good at gaming. I just enjoy doing it and I enjoy chatting. So, if anyone wants to chat, feel free. The floor is yours.
Alright, extra supplies here. Gotta love it. Got an enemy landing near me.
This enhanced weapon will now make an undeniable mark.
Weapons fully enhanced. Nothing stopping Salvo's middle finger now. First blood. Round one. And if I had my way, it ain't gonna be the last.
Contact with hostile.
Your veil
Rings near, closing in 60. Plenty of time for mischief.
shields are recharging.
Here's another squad. Heads up. No good, brothers.
Told you I was shit.
45 seconds and the ring closes, my friends.
Brothers, let's move this way.
I'm down.
Run, Forrest, run! Damn! Shibidibidibidib. Shibidibidib. Shibidibidibidib. I used the keyboard to type because I don't know how to type. I don't know how to speak with... Fuck, that's loud. I don't know how to speak with my thingy-my-bobby. Should we go live on Facebook? Do we go live on Facebook? I don't know, see. New Legends coming. The new Legend looks sick. Should we view it? Should we watch the trailer? Nah.
In this game, victory is a choice.
She's got wheels on her knees and shit, man. It's cool.
You rebuild,
Loud. Oh.
you evolve,
Sorry if I was burning your ears.
or you're left in the dust.
It'd be nice knowing you.
No, we are not done yet.
Super duper wheel.
This is where we earn our scars.
And then she got these shit to fly and blows them up. If you could move the... And she got like a portal
Every
thing.
loss takes a piece of you,
But everyone can use the portal, I think.
until only the strongest parts remain. Keep moving.
Why isn't my stream ninja picking up? Now we're showing up. Why is it halfway over the middle of the screen? No, it doesn't need to be, does it? Oh, what's this? 2-hour samurai loop. Nah, I'm good. I'm good, cheers, my mate. Oh. Don't know what. Back to the floor. I like this one too. This one's pretty chill. I didn't write this one.
We were kids in the kitchen, cheap speakers on the chair. You were barefoot on the towel, spinning circles in the air.
I like a funky.
Laughing at the burn rice, phone buzzing on the sink. We were rich off inside jokes, too in love to even think. Then the long nights hit, you were crying in the door, saying you're always chasing something. What you even doing this for? I was pride, I was poison. You were silence in the car. We drove home like strangers, separate planets, same stars. But we always find our way back to
Yeah, man. How you doing? You good? How's your weekend going? Just chilling, playing Apex, listening to music. Thank you. You're my first ever person who's actually commented. Second, actually. First on X. I appreciate you, man. I'm not very good. I'm too old. And kids' reactions nowadays are like shit hot.
You moved out with 3 boxes, left your sweater on my chair.
Be good sports and don't die too quick, eh?
Get ready. Today is not gonna be easy.
You're talking a lot. No, I'm streaming. I might be crazy as well, mine, but nah, I'm streaming. I didn't realize my mic was on. But I hope you're having a good day.
This is your champion. Rattle your days. We got a fight coming.
Hold on tight.
I'm not a
I never
pawn.
did finish jump up.
I'm here to break the game.
Well then, why don't we land there?
Yeah. If you're ever on, give me a message. Add me. My name's down below. You can see it there. I'll have a game. Apex is my jam, man.
Here comes the old knuckle cluster.
Getting shot. These will pierce them. Watch out, enemy in here.
Joker right here. Launching me knuckle cluster. Joining the fight. Cracked an enemy shield. Recharging me shields.
First blood. Someone cracked under pressure. Strong enough to pierce.
Struth. This weapon's kitted to the
That enemy
nines.
shield is getting shot. Enemy down.
Here comes the old knuckle cluster.
Frag out.
The team behind us is coming.
Enemy taken up.
Good. We're in the next ring.
Knuckle cluster out. Grenade, fellas. Launching me knuckle cluster. Enemy killed.
Getting shot. Broken enemy shield.
Broke that enemy shield.
Enemy taken up.
Enemy close.
Enemy here.
My shields need a bit more power.
Shield. Shooting at me.
Ooh, they nearly had me. Well played.
And keep the healing coming.
Juicing me shields.
I'm the new kill leader, and I didn't even need a hat.
I need light ammo.
Fusey's got an upgrade. Light ammo here. Oi, go here.
Heads up. Come on back.
This is my favorite thing. Is this that ability?
Knuckle clusters firing.
I'm not very good with the piece key, with the thing.
Firing me thermite.
The enemy's far off. Firing.
Stand back. Knuckle clusters firing.
Forming a barrage. They're focusing on me.
Mother load incoming. The sky's about to fall.
I'll give them a
Break that enemy shield. Kill that joker.
That team is not looking good. Getting shot. Strong enough.
Oh,
Never saw me coming, did ya?
unlucky GG's.
Cool. They never do. I got some back. Aquí, over here.
Okay, we're getting with them. Go grab a drink.
Hostile right here. I say we move there. Care package over there.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown. Attention. Delivering replicator.
Contact with hostile.
Let it go. We move together now. Wrist like Starship. Bad one foreign. Oh, on it. Yeah. New money, old habits. Still talk spicy, still a savage. Whole lot of commas on the tablet. Whole lot of curves on my mattress. Sliding, doors up, ego. Bank looking like I robbed a cathedral. Chain so loud, got an ego. Face card, good wherever we go. She like, why you always acting like a king? Told her I ain't never seen a crown I couldn't bring home. Wave too big, can't serve this.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna snake me too.
Smells like victory. This is your champion.
Back on Salvo, they call me the Grenado Tornado.
I knew you trusted me. I'm the jump master.
I'm rubbish with the with that R11. Is it the R11?
Ready to hit that bullseye.
Don't make that face.
I'm rubbish with that.
Some things are just inevitable. And in your case,
Just a bad dream. It'll be over
This is a good LZ.
We're in the... We should scout that area.
Roger.
Погулять захотел.
Do you speak English?
No,
Hey, enemy landed close.
You just understood?
You know where they are?
You just understood me. You must speak a little English.
hasta la vista, baby.
Legend.
Got some extra supplies here. You're welcome. Who got first blood? I was sure it would be me.
An enemy shield. An enemy shield.
I'm recharging my shields.
An enemy shield.
Weapon in hand. Keep that ready. Enemy in sight. Putting lead down range. A broken enemy shield. Sectors. Throwing thermite.
Enemy fire.
Бля, по-моему, с тобой...
I'm down.
Folks. Enemies here.
Lock you.
Why did I do that? That's my fault.
Pot in the chimney.
Attenzione. Enemy here.
Got a replicator there. Grab whatever you can carry.
Hasta la vista. Or should it be, I'll be back?
I'll be make America great again.
Got a replicator there.
Where are you from?
Whatever you can carry.
Russia.
Oh, Russia. I like Russia.
We like Russia too.
Good. Do you like Putin?
Where are you from?
I'm from Wales, the UK. The nice part of Wales. The nice part of the UK.
Buckle water.
We love UK based music.
Nice. He's gonna get us. G. 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 G.
Coordinate scanner. Hostile over there. Come on in. Old Painless is waiting. Got some extra supplies here. You're welcome. Went up a level. I earned this upgrade. Upgrade locked and loaded.
Hey, Amy. How you doing? We're just chilling, playing Apex.
Yo crecí contando errores en la pared, soñando despierto en el último tren. Decían quédate quieto, pero el pecho ardía. Tenía miedo al fracaso, más miedo a la rutina. Guardé consejos en una libreta rota, frases de mi vieja, peso en
Guild Wars with Putin yesterday. Look at that. Fate. Fate. I think he gets a bad rep. I think our Putin gets a bad rep in the West.
I'm back. I guess that's what friends are for.
There's a jump tower here.
Jump tower there. Let's hop on.
Let's check out that area.
All right then.
I'm that bad. I haven't even had my ultimate yet. No. Yeah.
Hit the gate for any crashes.
Let's reposition there.
What? Why? Care package over there.
Beginning ring countdown.
Saw a target over here.
Attention.
Get my set.
Replicator incoming.
Ah, spotted a target in the distance.
There's a team right behind me. You're Russian. You probably speak about 15 different languages.
Putting lead down range. Reloading.
Attention. The kill leader has been eliminated.
Told him, crap, he scratched your back. Commie scratched your back.
60 seconds to ring close.
Half the squads are left. Let's smoke them.
Hey, they're shooting at me. Oh, I'm down. Nobody look.
Come on, got a fallback set. Bringing you back to my void nexus.
Enemy
Friend.
Guns up.
Firing.
Play
Reloading.
recklessly. I like that.
I'm recharging my shields.
Oscar Mike, I'm spotted. Giving him the chimney.
Picked an upgrade. Now,
Throwing
who
our
to
shot.
test it on? Could be fun over
Knocking
here.
in the door.
Got a void nexus here. Use it.
Jumping in a void nexus. Eating lead. One sec. Using my Phoenix kit.
Sending up the tracker now.
We should head this way. We're inside the ring. Got the positional advantage.
Got a mark nearby. Over here.
Care package.
Care package incoming. Y'all earned this. Confirmed hit on target.
Forza.
Good effect on target. Reloading. Top of the chimney.
We fucked it. We fucked that.
Fucking fuck. Чуть-чуть не хватило.
Replicator being delivered.
Need optics for an SMG. I need an extended light mag. Energy ammo here. Oh, there's an Evo cache here, pals. There's an amp here. Bottomless batteries.
Yeah. Yeah. I always talk like this while gaming. I talk like this in real life. I have the most random thoughts you will not believe. This is just me. Not a clue what this song's about, but I like it. Have you got me muted, maybe? The sound's definitely working. But how are you, Aura? I liked your song. I liked your song. It was very good. You may have me muted. Yeah. Ah, finally. Finally. Sorry. Must have been something my end. Yeah. I've always said that. Apex Legends is like Call of Duty on crack.
This seems stronger, doesn't it?
All my friends are like, how can you play it? And I'm like, I don't know. It satisfies my ADHD urge. Like, it's never satisfied my adrenaline in all my life. And I'm not even any good at it. I am literally no good at it. I just play it because my son got me into it again, and I found a passion. And he wanted to be a streamer, so I thought I'd show him how you can do it. Anyone can do anything. He wants to be an engineer now. His dream has changed. But he still loves gaming. Good at gaming as well. A lot better than me. As they are nowadays.
Oh, new kill leader out there to play with.
And my chat is being temperamental as well, so all the people on Twitter, I can't see your messages. It just doesn't want to come through on my stream, Sweet Ninja, for some reason. And I think you lot can see each other's messages and the messages on the dashboard as well, I think. I hope. If not, I'm sorry. We're new to this. We're new to this.
We're outside the ring, but the fun happens inside. Lane Zima?
CXD. What's CXD? What is it? What is CXD? Never heard of it. It's new to me. I was gonna throw my ultimate down then, but it's a bit of a waste. And whoa.
Care package being delivered.
Could do with some more heavy ammo, mates. Oh, ask and you shall receive. Yeah, 100%.
I leveled up and it comes with a fancy upgrade. Chose an upgrade. I'm itching to use it.
Oh, I can use it, yeah.
Watch out, enemy there.
Why, care package over there. Look at our marks. Look at your map.
I cracked the skin suit's shield. Almost down.
She's gone. Yeet. I love yeeting things. Yeet. My son has started, talking about inspirations, my son has started a little school business where he makes football kits out of paper. So he buys paper, he colours them in, and sells them for 20p each. And he's actually got orders. My child has got orders. He's like Rodney. Well, I don't know why hi all, thanks for being here just popped up. I put that ages ago. But yeah, my Steam name's down there. I think my Steam name's GenieOG 33. Oh shit! How did they get all the way over there? We got a secret tunnel thing here anyway. Let me in. Let me in.
Welcome. Extended supply. Next kit here.
Please let me in, sir.
Activating jump drive.
Ah, the rip emoji.
Open up shop and shut them down. Mama's got you now.
You learn something new every day. Look at that.
Half the squad's left. We can end their worlds. Fallback plan all set.
That'll do.
Could be fun over here. Extended energy mag here. Level 3.
Yeah, he went on a school trip for like 5 days. And he went with more money than... he came back with more money than he went with. Because he was charging people to go to the canteen and stuff for them and get them...
Already inside the next ring.
and get them their canteen stuff and charging people to clean their rooms and stuff. He's a legend. He's a little legend. It's his birthday tomorrow as well. Happy birthday to him. 14. 14. I know I don't look old enough to have a 14-year-old. And I know I don't act it. But that's the joy. He brings out the child in me.
package incoming. Hey, Taiha. Care package over there. Taking damage. Enemy shield. Going out the gate. Here, spotted an enemy. Here's the gate for any crashes. Have been down.
It doesn't run too bad on console, to be honest with you.
Endings.
Oh yeah, 4chan. Have you had a 4chan and all that? Oh, you was doing a runner. Because I had the banner. Why didn't I do a runner because I had the banner? I don't know. Let me know when you're on and give me an ad and I'll jump on with you.
We're not all in the ring. That's how you get cooked.
We need their best.
Woke up to the mess I made. Same feeling, different shame. Text threads full of things I said. I wish I never wrote your name. Mama said she prayed last night. Said it hurt to see me. I was in the losing pieces on the way.
Reloading.
Kept receipts of every slide, but burned the bridges I had left. Told out like I own my life. Truth is, I just fear myself from
And we got 16 on Twitter. Thanks, guys. And Suno is where I made all the music. The only problem is with console, if you join me, you'll be with PC lobbies. But I play on... Oh yeah, I play on controller anyway. I got but I use the back buttons. Oh shit. Why is it locked?
My void next is
That's better.
wanna beg me for another?
Oof.
Hiya, I still need to pick an upgrade. Chosen upgrade. I'm itch. Backpack here. Level 2.
Setting up shop. C7 Peacekeeper. C7 Scouts here. You are coming home with me tonight.
Firing on them. I cracked the skin suit's shield. 2 squads left. Don't get in my way.
Don't drive in position.
I can't do it.
Move here. Ready to fall back.
We might actually get a win now. Oh no. Don't tell me I've closed that. No, I haven't.
We're already inside the next ring. Are we playing wisely?
Ah, no G and none.
I see an enemy.
I teach about something.
Enemy there.
I teach about something called hemisynchronization, which is a CIA method of inducing altered states of consciousness. If you've ever heard of it, it's a meditation technique that I've conducted, and it does work. It's fucking crazy what you can do with your mind.
Reloading. Tossing a thermite.
Some of us aren't in the ring. Grab what you can and move. Recharging my shields.
Being shot at. Score throwing fuel on our fire. Package over there. Recharging
Recharging shields. Setting up shop. Beleza. Airstrike. Hold on, I need to heal.
Oh.
Let's go here.
Here.
Laying down a gate.
We're already in the next ring. Good. Shooting. Watch out, enemy there. Avoid there.
Setting a gateway.
Shattered an enemy shield. Enemy here.
Any crashes? Hold on. Recharging shields. My beautiful void nexus is no more. I've been
Oh, I nearly had him. Nearly.
Enemy down. I've got you.
hold on. Recharging shields. Let's go. Got our fallback plan in place.
Enemy right here.
Yes. Boom. Jeez, jeez. We had a win. Clip it straight in my basket.
You are the Apex champions.
My first win in a while as well. I do need to make food in a sec though. I've got another hour, and then I will be streaming the space that I'm attending with Tom. Tom on Twitter, if you don't know him. Come across and give me a follow. on Twitter, which is my main platform. "21 people, 22 people. Like you over be idiot. Your highlights are ready. Yeah, it makes highlights for me. Yes, I love this automation. I love AI. You. Yeah. Yeah, I've studied the occult too. Manly P. Hall was my favorite. His book, I listened to 40 hours of his book, and I listen to him now, his lectures and things, and they have a lot of knowledge and a lot of wisdom. And if you look, he's all there. He's all there. Hidden in plain sight.
Introducing your champion.
I'm the jump master. My favorite kind of falling hazard.
I say we land here.
You can land wherever you want, Gustavinita.
Thanks, mate.
No problem, mate.
Get ready. Moving out.
I just won the last game, so no pressure, guys.
Okay, crazy.
I'm shit at the game. Just luck, I guess.
Bro, you're champion.
Enemy band advancing. I want AJ to lay down a beat.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
We're all inside the ring. Good.
Gotta clown that away.
About time I had a decent game. I haven't had a decent game in ages. I haven't played in a while, to be honest with you.
Backpack here.
Been focusing on other things, had a few problems. Well, they're not problems. They're only problems if you can't find a solution, and I always tend to find a solution. So
First blood. Someone's having fun already. Ooh, new kill leader out there to play with. Enemy out there.
Seen another P2020 around. Mine's low.
my aim. Potato aim. No, not Tom 0.8, I think. I think he goes by. Oh shit, there's one down there as well. Woo.
Enemy here.
I'm healing. Ready to fall back.
Clown spotted over. Zip line here, fellas.
Tossing a thermite. Thermite out.
Motherfucker. Yeah.
This way. Let's go.
Let's check this quadrant.
The hidden.
I've chosen an upgrade. Skill is the best accessory.
I don't know if you know Miss Moody on Twitter. She like that. She's into that. So if you don't know, go follow Miss Moody. I think this is our last game of Apex. I'm getting pretty, Next. What's next? Oh no. I'm waiting for Aaron to come on. Scrap that. I will jump back on when you're on. I've got 50 minutes, so hopefully you're downloaded by that. Together.
I'm the jump master. You know, it should be fall master. Falling's most of it.
Where are we going now?
Land here. Unless you don't want to survive this.
Go to draft point.
I swallowed a bug. Good protein. I'm going that way. Come if you want.
I'm going over there. Ah, yeah.
I've made my weapon even launching to a new angle.
Attention. First blood.
First blood? Last blood's the thingy I care about.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Already
Prey
in the next
spotted.
ring? Time for a gelato? I'm kidding. Sort of. Looking at an enemy, way up there. Yo, think I hear enemies this way. Sending a tracker. And it's not just the ring in my ears. Enemy's being tracked.
Reloading.
Frag out.
Enemy here.
Throw an arc star.
Mark, right there.
Someone's out there. Yo, cracked it.
Recharging my shield. Enemy tracked. Setting a track. Enemy locations are on your list.
Taking fire.
I always find my mark.
Let's move here.
I broke an opponent's shield. Third party arrived. They're gonna regret this.
Tagged him.
I'm down. We've got company.
In progress.
Getting a fresh angle.
We're already in the next ring. Enemies right here. I'm recharging my shield.
Evo harvester here. On my way to you. Got my upgrade. Time to use it. Time to hunt, little guy. Die when I don't need you. Care package coming down.
Yes, sweet.
Source.
Thermite grenade out. Tracker out and scanning for enemies.
Eyes up. Tracking some prey here.
Enemy track. That enemy shield is broken. Fighting. Checking an arc star. Down. Crack the bad dude's shield.
I bagged a mark.
Hey, got a target here. Taking fire. Yo, cracked an enemy shield. I'm out of ammo.
Bullseye. Killed an opponent. Reloading.
Recharging shields.
I'm out of heavy ammo.
Stinger do the hunting.
Hey, the champion fell. Showing it. Boom. Tracker set. Opponent there. Enemy there. Game on, Raga. Charging shields.
Better angle at Echo's location.
I'm out of heavy ammo. Hold on. Crafting. Setting a tracker. Getting shot at.
Full shield. Time to recharge.
Started on my shield.
I'm down.
I'm out of heavy ammo.
That's on me.
I'm down. No bueno. We've got to.
I know, but I don't have bullet.
Yeah, play your life. Run away. On your Xbox, why is it not registering on your Xbox or on your PC? thank you, kind sir. You have to be really quick.
Replicator incoming.
You've got to be really quick to do it. You've got to be really quick to do it in the zone. You can do it, you just have to be really quick.
What?
Time it after the tick. Once you tick, do you know when you tick? Time it after that.
Un momento. You gotta heal.
Now.
Smashed our teammate banner.
There you go.
Respawn beacon over there.
GG's.
Level 1. Half toast, half to roast.
45 seconds until the ring closes. If it takes you out, that's natural selection. Got a second wind.
Optics here. Mid-range. Extended light mag here.
I'll use that.
Level 2.
Ring's close. 30 seconds to do up your... On second thought, scrap that. I need
Want some light
energy
ammo here?
ammo.
Energy ammo here.
Spitfire here.
Current angle sucks. Switching it up. Ring closing in 10, and it's just a shot away. Let's go, Echo. Pick up your feet. Let's go here.
It's go time! Light arsenal here. Go to heal. Oh, care package. Sweet.
Taking a new angle.
Care package over there.
I'm no good. I'm no good.
Launching to a new angle.
Nice. Weapons enhanced.
Honed in on our prey. They're marked on your map.
Better stabilizer here. Level 3. Standard stock here. Level 2.
Hmm.
Watch my back. I'm healing.
We need to sync up. We're not all in the ring.
Attention, delivering replicator.
Backpack here. Level 2. Take a leg. We've only got a minute, and the ring's right there. Optics here. Mid-range.
Let's hunt over there.
Level 2.
Moving to Echo for a better angle. Deploying a respawn beacon. This way. Let's go. I'm deploying a respawn beacon. Hold there.
Care package over there. Let's get on that. Tracker out and scanning for enemies.
Chucking a frag grenade.
We've got thrown. I'm down. I actually got hit. Let's go here.
What the fuck?
Got a tag on him.
Hey.
Put down some prey. We're already. Since I'm saving you, you'll let me see that no-look shot again, right?
Let's go here.
Replicator incoming. Tag and half in the bag. Prey spotted.
Charging shields. Come on, come on.
I need an ultimate accelerate.
Pushing.
Watch it, grenade.
Tracker set. Ready to gather intel.
Prey spotted. Tucking a frag grenade. Throwing thermite. Thermite out. Thermite out.
Setting an enemy. Setting a tracker.
Got some prey right here.
Target killed and tracked.
Grenade.
Checking a thermite grenade. Grenade. On the way. I'm in here. Recharging my shields. Cover me.
Already in the next ring. And down. That's on me.
Grenade.
P2020 here.
Opponent found. Back.
Right here.
Go. Oh, I'm down.
Over here. Follow me. This way. Let's go.
Amigos, let's go here.
I can't lose my fellow sharpshooter now.
Huh. Low shields. Time to recharge. Salvaged our teammate's banner.
God, we lost one. It's just you and me now.
Recharging my shield. This way. Let's go.
Wait. No show.
We've got a minute till the ring closes. I need help.
Just wait. I have.
Got a mark there. Long shot away.
Near ring with 45 to close. Una passeggiata.
Let's go there.
Wait.
30 seconds left and current angle sucks. Switching it up. I'm at the max level. And all it took was all my experience and skill. Okay, picked an upgrade. Good work waiting, Echo.
Getting shot at.
Got a tag on him. Open fire on our prey.
In progress.
Tagged and half in the bag.
I like pushing limits as much as the next guy.
Echo's got an angle. Moving there.
Reloading. Recharging my shields. Cover me.
Another squad pouncing on him.
to say ciao.
Ring's nearby and it closes in 45. Why wait? Let's go. My prey is down.
Great. Cheers.
Healing up.
I'm glad you're with me. Target them. Rings around the corner. We've got 30 seconds.
I need help. Mark, right here. One squad stands between us and tomorrow. Need a new angle on this.
Enemy threat. I got an enemy just begging to get ambushed. Figure out. Forza.
Prey spotted here. Prey here.
Nobody look. Enemy threat. Come on, compadre. Get up. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Ooh, nearly. Nearly.
We have our Apex champion.
I think that's our last game of Apex for a bit. Hour and a half's okay, innit? I'm gonna keep Apex in the title because I can't be asked to change it. We get Steam up. Surrounded. We're gonna play Surrounded. I should really change the title from Apex, but I'm not. Because why would I? I'm too lazy.
It's a joyful kind of chaos, baby.
This is my car. There is a like tunnel down there. But I think we are going to go home. I'll show you my base. Close but yes, close but no cigar situation in oh shit, close but no cigar situation indeed. Heal 6 zombies. Should we do this manifestation? Should we go do that? Am I heading the right way? I'm heading the wrong. No, we're not. I can't be asked. We're not. We're not gonna go do it. What are we gonna do instead? Should we go to the oil rig? I know there's an oil rig over here, so we'll go over here. Oh, fuck, a bit. Why would you do such a stupid thing? I don't need meat. Yeah, give me a message when you're on Apex, Aaron. I'll definitely jump on. Well, I've got 25 minutes until the space, but the spaces don't normally run that long, to be honest with you. Right, yeah. I don't get any radiation from being in the radiation zone now. I want to go this way. The dreaded click. I forgot about night vision. Oh fuck. Oh, they're bandits. They're bad guys anyway. Oh, is that a card that I can use? Oh, there's loads of trucks. Oh no, we're keeping this one. There's the oil regulator. Only problem is I think I have to swim to it. So let's... I need to load. I will be back, guys. I'm gonna have a little break, go to the toilet. This is a single player game. This one is. I am still here. I can still see. But yeah, this one's a single player game. It's called Surrounded. It's a good game. back. We chose the flame. Boom and see, boom and see. I want to listen to this, but I'm afraid I will get copyrighted. So I'm not going to do it. You can have it on silent, though. I am Gary Cardone. I like the I Ams by Gary Cardone. We'll have a little doom scroll for a little bit while we are waiting for our space to start. We got 5 minutes. So we'll have a little doom scroll. This is West Virginia football. College football 2027. I'm not any good at football, NFL. They should change it to something else. It's not NFL.
Friends, if any. But I'd like to say, won't you please help support the United Goyim College?
We're eating food. This is the one thing DC's better than me at. Oh, fuck off.
You just got taken on by a fucking lightweight. You might want to eat more. You might want to eat more. You got taken on by a lightweight.
Daniel Cormier is one of the best eaters in UFC history. This is an absolute legendary moment of eating food.
He's funny.
DC, break bread with me, my friend. No, nigga. No, nigga. He said, no, wait.
It's funny. This is a song about where I live. Ring, ding, 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 ding. We're just waiting. It's just a waiting game now, guys. One stream, many games, 0 attention span, as you can tell. And I think I'm gonna crack open a Lucozade. Neurodivergent next week.
Nothing but a defect in my head.
I can't play too much because I will get copyrighted. And we don't want that now, do we? I gotta check behind me, the dog's not there. Sing for the misty hill. Sing for the misty hill. Oh, now. Sing for the misty hill. This is ADHD summed up, guys. This guy does my nut in. He's broken nothing. This is the epitome of don't do drugs, kids. I'm harvesting energy. Fuck off, moron. It's not how it works. It's not how energy manipulation works, my friend.
Chasing horizons across empty lands.
It should be
Every mile felt like
up and running in a minute.
a restless heart
2 seconds.
couldn't find its home. And one day the world went still when your eyes met mine against my will. In the quiet architecture of your smile, I found the home my wandering heart had been searching for all along. No more running, no more endless miles. You built me walls of light where I belong. In the quiet architecture of your smile, I finally found where
That's
I've
true.
always been meant to stay.
This. I'm tired of people getting robbed, getting played. All of us are.
Your laughter paints the sea.
So it started. Here we go.
Every gentle word becomes a
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Let's get a few speakers input out. Let me know if my microphone is okay.
No castle needed, no golden key, just the curve of
Oh,
your
ZXY. What's up, everyone? Yeah. So I'm just gonna get started. So, guys, I want to keep this like very everyone like puts up their hand and like everyone can have a say. 100% free speech. So during the week, okay, I've been on these civic nationalist kind of Tommy Robinson type of spaces, and every time I go into those spaces, all it is Islam, 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 Islam. That's all it is. 99% Islam. That's the word they say. And I go on the space and I go, well, what about this Jewish guy who did XYZ? Boom, removed off the space. And I've come to find out and realize that this whole kind of center right Tommy Robinson right wing movement is essentially just a lefty movement, leftists who hate Islam and love Jews. Every political, every ideology they have, every angle of their whole philosophy is just philo-Semitism. Just everything in favor of Israel, everything in favor of Jews. Um, for example, like if you were to mention anything to do with Marxism and say, oh well, they say, oh, we hate Marxism, and you say, oh, Karl Marx was Jewish. Oh no, no, how dare you? No, it's like okay. They talk about LGBT, and then you mention, well, where does this come from? There are 7 genders in the Jewish Talmud, and it's oh no, no, how dare you? It's Islam. So I can't deal with these people anymore. So I'm just gonna just bash them on here. So this is kind of my outlet. So I think ZXY wants to go. He's a bit more, probably more extreme than me, but I like hearing when he speaks. Go on, ZXY.
Yeah, I mean, this notion that like Islam is controlling everything and that Muslims run everything, this is just a pile of, excuse my language, bullshit. Um, I mean, there's really, I mean, when we look at like the people who run the media, the people who run all these NGOs that are bringing in migrants into, civilized nations across the world, funny enough, it's always a Jew behind every single one of these movements, right? When we look at the communist movement, we look at the Marxists, Jews were behind that. When we look at, for example, the Allies in World War II, the Jews heavily influenced the decision of people like Winston Churchill and Franklin Roosevelt and Charles de Gaulle, right? So, I mean, unless people wake the fuck up and start naming the Jew and start calling it for what it is, which is Jewish supremacy, um, we're just going to be continuing in this, like, you know, nonsensical cycle, basically, right? I mean, if we look at it, right? I mean, even if we were to go with the arguments of Tommy Robinson and all of these people who just hate Muslims, even if we were to go with their arguments, why the fuck are these refugees there in the first place? I'll tell you why. It's because Israel, right, forces Western countries to go and bomb every single Middle Eastern and Arab country, and Israel commits genocide and commits, holocausts and massacres against people in Gaza, people in Lebanon, people in Iran, right? And then afterwards, as a consequence of Israel's genocidal behavior in the region, a lot of nations are destroyed. And guess what happens? An influx of refugees enters Europe, enters any other civilized nation, right? Enters any other sort of, country that is not at war. So, I mean, even if we were to go with the arguments of the Tommy Tards, and I'm sorry I'm going to have to call them that, it's all Israel's fault. It's all the Jews' fault. They're behind it all, and they'll never talk about the fact that they're behind mass migration, they're behind race mixing, they're behind people becoming mulatto slaves. Sorry, I have to use that term. They'll never talk about any of this. I mean, in my country alone, I'm Tunisian, right? A lot of the sub-Saharan migrants and a lot of the black, you know, illegals that come into the country are brought in by Jewish funded NGOs who are based in Europe and in the United States. So, I mean, unless people start naming the fucking Jew, it's not going to end. Thank you.
Oh, I'm fully aware of what you said, and just before I go to Mr. Fire, by the way, how's my audio? Is it okay? Give me a thumbs
Perfect.
up if not.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and
Yeah,
clear.
I'm
Yeah,
here.
yeah, okay. Just want to say quickly, when they talk about like um okay, I'll let you go, and then I think it's important for me to mention this.
I mean, you can finish it. It's fine. I can wait for
Yeah,
you.
so when they say like, oh, Muslims have special treatment or Islam has special treatment, I just recently found out. So if you look at like Muslims in France, for example, right? In France, girls under 18, they're not allowed to wear their hijab in school, even if they want to, right? Which most of them do, by the way. Now, the kippa, the Jewish skull caps, are openly worn in schools in Jewish areas in France. In fact, in France, Jewish schools are state funded. I mean, look, on one hand, you're banning the hijab for Muslim women, and on the other hand, you're promoting the Jewish men to wear their thing under the premise of, so they ban the hijab for the premise of, oh, you can't show your religious affiliation in schools or in public or in work. But that Jewish hat goes against this principle. Um, Clearly, again, they've banned halal meat in many schools, but kosher food, kosher hasn't been banned in French schools. So the double standards I'm seeing everywhere is insane to me. Even if you look at like special privileges, for example, I googled in America, right? Check this out. In America, Jewish groups get 94% of Homeland Security grants. So that means in a specific round of federal funding, um, to kind of help people out, they get 94%. And the list goes on and on. So until, people realize who has power, who has more power over you, it's definitely not the Muslims, it's not the Marxists, it's not the leftists, whatever you want to say. It's another group of people who, in their religion, they seek to destabilize the West. And now these people don't destabilize the West in a low IQ manner by, marching with swords, and that's not how they do it. That's not how they operate. They operate from, dipping their hands in different institutions and doing it in a
Just Chad
high
the
IQ
Builder.
way. Like I mentioned in the previous space, half
Degenerate.
of Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister's cabinet's funded by Israel. So the policies that you don't like that come from Keir Starmer isn't coming from Keir Starmer. It's coming from Tel Aviv in Israel. So, Mr. Firestarter, you can go.
Thank you. During the time where I was having my speech on the channel, in Watts's space room, Robbie was talking about Jewish community didn't do anything. They lived in peace. They are our friend because he happened to claim himself as a Zionist. But the thing is, I mean, when he explains the facts, I mean, he's not explaining everything specifically, saying that the way how Muslim slaughters the halal way is completely horrible. They just, shot the animal and, they just harm it. He did everything to put the blame on Muslims, and I think he was trying to have some audience for himself during the time. When it came to me to speak, I mean after him, I explained specifically, said kosher slaughter and halal slaughter are exactly the same thing. They've been slaughtered in the name of God, and because of that, I mean Muslims even can eat kosher. I mean it's no problem for the Muslims to have it. Then he's like, all of a sudden, I disagree. Muslims are bad, and he continued on and on. And the halal certificate, it came to a point at some part of the conversation, and I explained to him like, when I wanted to get the kosher certificate, they wanted me to pay like a yearly fee for them to control. They wanted me to contribute to the Jewish community a certain amount of money, and they wanted to check the facility to see if it's okay for to be considered as a kosher approved or not. And when I said that, oh, that is absolute lie, he exactly said exactly the same things over and over again. And at some point, I mean, people were like, I mean, he's not saying anything different, you know? He's repeating the same things over and over again. And at the end, I closed my speech by saying that, I mean, you claim these things. I mean, I'm telling you about my experiences. Then I
I'm
asked
with Mohammed
why
Hijab on this
all
one.
the hate. I mean, because no one is talking anything hateful. I mean, they at some point bringing a structural conversation into the topics. And when I said that, he completely
This
stopped.
is who's talking now.
But my point is not like saying that, I mean, you are right, you are wrong. But, there has to be a structure, there has to be a point on the things that you can mention. He wasn't like that. I mean,
7K.
he just hate. Yeah, I mean,
Robbie,
Robbie.
before I go to Genie, Genie's quite more level-headed than me, so he might disagree with some of the positions I have. But Robbie is a victim of the Eurabia conspiracy theory. So I'm not sure if you guys know about the Eurabia conspiracy theory. Essentially, the Eurabia conspiracy theory was written in 2005 by a Mossad agent female called Bati Ayar. Her theory was essentially Europe will have Sharia law in exchange for free oil. So Saudi Arabia and the Gulf nations will give Europe free oil and they will have Sharia law. Now, obviously, it's been 25 years since she gave that theory and it hasn't happened yet. It hasn't happened yet. But since she made that book, different Zionist think tanks like the Middle East Forum and Daniel Pipes have been funding people like Tommy Robinson just to focus on Islam, Islam, Islam. So when a Romanian gypsy commits a crime, like in Hare Hills in Leeds, Tommy would say, "Oh my God, Muslim crime," and then what
That's
else would happen?
epic.
Just like Southport, the Rwandan. Tommy goes, "Oh, it's a Muslim, bro. The guy's Rwandan from a Christian country." And every single thing is to divert the nationalist movement to make you support Israel and side with them while they take over different lands and different institutions. It's that simple. It leads you down.
In that sense, when I check for the halal certificate, they were giving the halal certificate for free, by the way.
This is
And when I said that,
amazing.
I mean he just lost it. But the
This
the point
amazes
of
me.
view, what I was trying to say is that this is a deliberate attack, like to all nations. I mean, by bringing all the immigrants to one country, it's almost like the Rome is falling. The ancient Rome is falling. Right now, this is happening to the UK and all over the Europe.
You know
And
why I don't blame the
yeah,
migrants? Because if you were in their situation, you would do the exact same thing.
I agree with that. I
The
agree with
people
that.
you
But
should blame are the people who've opened the gates.
the way how they are doing that is the integration process is not happening just with time. They just let them in, and when the problems starts to happen, they don't take the initiatives. But because of the economy right now, America is in 39 trillion debt, and they try to cut the bill to the Europe and other countries. And because of that, I mean, they just don't have any choice. They say either we are going to accept them, or we are just not going to fund, and we will
Yeah.
continue with our own plans. Yeah.
I'm gonna go to Genie now. Genie, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you in the whole, but I don't blame the entirety of the Jews. You know me. I like to distinguish the Zionist state of Israel from the faith of Judaism, because Judaism have got a lot of knowledge and a lot of wisdom and deep thoughts that humanity could learn from. So I like to distinguish the difference from the two. And ever since Libya, my granddad, this is a personal story. My granddad used to work for Colonel Gaddafi when I was a kid. So he used to come back and show us photos and things. And when I started to get into this and I started to listen to Netanyahu and the way he spoke about Gaddafi, and then I started to listen to Gaddafi and the way he wanted to change Libya and everything, I asked my granddad and I was like, Pops, what's he like? What was Gaddafi like? And his exact words were, although he ruled with an iron fist, he was a fair leader. And that popped to me, that clicked to me. And then I started to get on the whole, the CIA was involved, and then it was a big coup. And then you just look throughout history, and it's always been Israel and Netanyahu at the forefront of pushing these agendas in the West. And people have lapped it up. Like I remember Tommy Robinson when he first came out. And I was thinking, if anything, he drove me to understand Islam on a better level and faith as in general, because I started with Hermeticism and then I worked my way back. I don't know if any of you have heard of Hermeticism, is the old Egyptian faith and how they used to, a set of principles that they lived by. And then that drove me into curiosity about Islam. And then I thought, this guy's an idiot. He hasn't got a clue what he talks about. And then I looked at his followers and seen him attack me, and I'm like, yeah, you guys are stupid. So, yeah, I agree. I agree.
Sorry, I thought the microphone was on. Yeah, the destabilization of Libya wasn't for the benefit of, England or America. It was for the benefit of Israel. I mean, Gaddafi was anti-Israel. And if you read PNAC, the Project for the New American Century, you'd know this was a plan all along. And when the Manchester Arena attack happened, the Ariana Grande concert, the disgusting,
I
horrible
love
act.
this.
I'm not sure ZXY if you know about that.
Terrible things that are happening
Yeah, I
all over the
do. I
world.
do.
So the guy was a Libyan, okay? And what the media made the spin about that was the guy was an Islamic extremist. But if you just look at it plainly, I mean, he attacked the UK when the UK and NATO was attacking Libya. It's more of a geopolitical thing. And why was the UK and NATO attacking Libya? Well, that's for Israel. If you put two and two together, a lot of these problems that come, including fights in London between Muslims and Jews on the street. This is all to do with Middle Eastern politics. So if you weren't, you wouldn't be in these wars if it wasn't for the whole, Zionist agenda. And this is why I try to tell people, like, look, the reason why you guys went to Iraq, Saddam was never a threat to England. When did Saddam threaten England? He threatened Israel. So that's why your soldiers went to go and fight in Iraq. It's pretty simple, I think, once you understand, if you start seeing things from like a geopolitical lens. And just to quickly touch up on something Genie said, I would agree with you, Genie. Look, obviously it's not all Jewish people. I don't think so. I don't believe that, but I do believe a lot of Jewish scripture can be interpreted as extreme, as can many scriptures. Uh, I believe many Jews do want the Nile to the Euphrates, so the Greater Israel, which is Netanyahu's Likud party catchphrase, I think, from the Nile to the Euphrates, meaning their plan to just have any land in between those 2 points. But there's an interesting book, before I go to XYZ, there's an interesting book which I read bits of yesterday, and the book is called We the Destroyers. So I'm going to give you a paragraph from that book. And I don't agree with this. I'm not saying I agree with this, but it's very, very interesting, right? So it says, at least the old Jew kept apart from you was easily
There's a
recognizable
biological
as an
switch
individual.
hidden in your body
But
that
as
can
the Jew
instantly
assimilates,
transform your mental
acquires your
state,
languages,
dissolve
cultivates a
years of
certain
accumulated
intimacy,
stress, and unlock
penetrates
your
into your
brain's
life,
full creative
begins to
potential.
handle your
This switch
instruments,
isn't some
you are
expensive
aware that his
supplement or
nature, once
complicated
confined
meditation technique.
safely to his own life, now threatens yours. And I find this bit the most interesting because when you start finding out like people from different institutions are from certain backgrounds, like I just found out recently the head of the UK Refugee Council who brings in refugees, his name is Enver Zolomon, and he is Jewish. So it's things like this does start to look quite bad for that specific group. Um, eh, and if you read their scriptures,
Oh.
so I still don't think it's all of them. Obviously, I'm not stupid and I'm not a bigot, but I do think the supremacy that they have has more power than the supremacy that any other group or nation has. Um, XY, I don't know where he's gone, but yeah, Firestarter, go for it.
Uh, I wanted to talk about the Libya
Yeah, sorry
when
for
they.
just
Uh-huh.
ZX is back. Just let him go, then you can go
Ah,
next.
okay, yeah,
Go
no
on,
worries.
ZX. Go on, ZX.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree with the notion that it's like just Zionism, that Zionism is the only problem. No, the problem is Jews, it's Jewish supremacy, it's the Talmud, it's Judaism as a religion and as an ethnicity, right? Zionism is just a component of a bigger picture, which is that the Jews are a supremacist people that believe that all Gentiles are cattle and that they're better than everyone else, right? And that they get to decide, how to run things, right? So the notion that Zionism is the only problem. I mean, this is just I don't buy that narrative because I mean, even without Zionism, you'd still have the Jewish problem. I mean, just look at what Bolshevism, which was pretty much, and communism and Marxism basically, communism basically contributed.
Yep. You can all have different opinions, and that's the beauty of Tom Spaces. Tom doesn't kick you out. Tom doesn't call you an anti-Semite. Mr. Firestarter, go for it.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about Libya, why Libya get into this downfall after Gaddafi. When he wanted to pay with the Libyan gold for each petrol transaction that he would do, rather than doing the USD, he was just been abolished by the NATO when they entered to the country. And the same thing happened with Saddam Hussein, and he wanted to pay with euro rather than paying with the dollar itself. Uh, Basically, America just considered it as an outrage. I mean, it would diminish their currency if they wanted to pay with the another when they wanted to pay with another currency rather than dollar itself. So both of them,
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
remember. And I
the
remember.
system changed for both of them, and non-ending conflict happened in the Middle East, especially in Iraq. So all the petrol could be taken away, and then Barack Obama, after how many years, like 10 or yeah, like 7 8 years, I guess, and then he said we are gonna take our army back from that area.
I
Yeah,
remember during that time actually. I don't know if
It
anyone
will.
else remembers, but
I do
they
remember.
they lied and said Gaddafi was giving his soldiers Viagra en masse to rape to rape women. It was never proven, never ever proven. Um, yeah, so I remember that actually. Gentile, go for it, bro. Gentile, you need to reply to messages faster, bro. You
Yeah,
never
my
reply.
my apologies. Yeah, look, the thing is, uh, I don't think it was because he was selling his oil or he wanted to sell his oil in euros. I think he'd already been selling his oil in euros since the late 90s, and I think the reason is what we all think the reason is, and what I'm sure the gentleman who just gave that example probably knows one of the reasons is as well, which is ultimately down to the Jews
All
didn't
this
like
mouth
him.
breathing is killing
It's
me.
just about it, and it's not even for anything that you can say particularly, because I think his one of his special envoys had said to Richard Pearl in London, or one of the other neocons. I think they'd said clearly. They said, if this is about my support for the Palestine resistance groups, then I'll stop. I'll cut my support for that. If this is about my anti-Zionism, I'll cut my support for the resistance groups. So it really just came down to the fact that the Jews just did not, for whatever reason, did not want him in, and he had offered, but before the invasion, he was already like, you know, he just finished writing a romance novel. I'm pretty sure, Saddam Hussein, and he'd said, look, if this is about the support for the Qassam brigades or whoever, I'll cut that completely. So he already offered to cut that. And so the point is, it's just that the Jews really didn't want him in. It just comes down to the fact that the Jews, for whatever reason, would not budge, and they had to do it. Probably something about reshaping that being like a domino in this new American century, this full spectrum dominance the neocons called,
Yeah,
right?
and since Gentile is here, Gentile has a good understanding of the Tommy Robinson counter jihad movement. Gentile, what do you know about Douglas Murray and his kind of
Well,
background?
Douglas Murray's married to an Israeli guy, is he not? He's married to a gay Israeli guy. So that tells you why he's always had that kind of background.
Tells you
I
all
think
you need to know.
he first became a thing, I think, in like 2006, reporting on the Lebanon invasion. So I
Yeah,
mean,
this whole
I'm gonna go put my quesadillas
clash
in.
of
I'll be
civilization
back.
thing is quite strange to me because I don't know why this doesn't apply to Indian migrants, where the civilization in India is completely different to the civilization in the West. But people like Tommy Robinson love to welcome in the Indians. I mean, as far as I'm aware, if you want a clash of civilization, isn't that the worst thing to do to bring in loads of Indians? I don't really understand.
I mean, yeah, the Clash of Civilizations narrative I always found interesting, because it wasn't even, because at least when Huntington wrote that book, he broke down all the like world civilizations or whatever that he thought there were. Um, but the thing is, what the Jews did, and the Jews that helped Huntington write it, is it's almost like they disregarded the rest of that entire book, and then just kept the chapter on on Islamic civilization, and then they portray this idea that ultimately the Muslims in the Middle East, they're just the antithesis of everything we love that makes us free and happy and saying grace at the dinner table. And it's like, no, it's just their kids want to do the same things our kids do. You know, kids in Gaza want to play PlayStation and eat sandwiches and play with teddy bears. And then you see Israel bomb the shit out of their fucking homes and orphanages and special needs schools, and it's just all these teddy bears and stuffed piglets. I saw this earlier. Israel bombed the shit out of like a whole civilian area in Lebanon, and there was a stuffed piglet, and it's like, oh, but I thought that I thought that they weren't. I thought that the only toys they gave kids in the Middle East to play with were M7s, because they're just so radical, and they're gonna grow up to be these terrible anti-Semites that are gonna grow up and take away all the amazing Macy's Day Pride parades we have, because they hate us for our freedom, and they're so jealous of our LGBT Pride parades. And it's like, there are probably more faggots in Lebanon anywhere than the Bible Belt, but they try and make it seem like like
Yeah, look, the greatest trick ever pulled as well in this movement was the kind of framing that everyone in Lebanon, Syria, and Palestine are all Muslims, whereas Christian villages have been attacked by Israel non-stop. Um, so that's something I find very, very strange. And when you mention this to them, I go onto these spaces and I say, well, what about that church that was, attacked? And they were like, oh no, it was attacked by the Muslims. I'm like, really? As far as I'm aware, a Muslim family owns the key to the Holy Sepulchre Church. They still hold that key to this day, and they take care of that church. So, yeah, this whole Tommy counter jihad movement, bro, it's a strange one, because where I'm from, my country, we don't have this kind of thing. We have like nationalists. Like, you're either, an Irish national, you're either a nationalist or you're a lefty kind of, for the most part. But like in England and America, they have this weird kind of like, oh, you can come in as long as you integrate. And I don't really buy that, to be honest, because let's say your country became 99% Indian, but they integrated. Would you really be okay with that? I don't really buy that whole integration, but it's such a fucking mind bending mental gymnastics ideology.
We have got.
I was gonna ask Firestarter, does she know that all these groups that are attacking the government in Mali right now, like JNM, FLA, and even in Sudan, the Janjaweed tribe. These groups were all created by Gaddafi when he was basically funding all these groups that were basically anti-American, anti-imperialist, you know. And so
Okay,
they,
can I ask you a question? Who funded the ISIS then, Tracy?
you could say the West, like Operation Timber More Sykes, you
Timber
know,
Sycamore.
yeah,
I
Timber
mean,
Sycamore.
it is like potato potato. I mean, the at the end, I mean, someone always wants to gain something out of another country. I mean, whether it's America or somebody else, maybe it's Israel. I mean, things happening in the past for the benefit of something greater. I mean, if we agree on that, I mean, that's fine. But, you know, I'm
You
not
do know.
saying that Gaddafi is a bad guy. I mean, he wasn't a good guy or anything like that. But I'm saying that, I mean, yes, he was a bad person. Yes, Saddam Hussein was a bad person as well. He slaughtered many people. But always when it doesn't benefit to a certain country, I mean, those people are always being, targeted by the bigger entity than themselves.
Act as if God is
That's
within
the
you,
dilemma
because He is.
of the life that all of us in and we see through. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what
yeah.
I
The
want
thing
to
about
say.
this is the thing about these groups is they get like almost like out of control, almost like they even expand. Like they would like there's like the police in Philippines, they just found like a ISIS cell, you know. Um in Syria, obviously, or in the Sinai where they cut the heads off the Christians, they were an ISIS cell, and America funded Egypt, so to stop the Brotherhood.
America funded many of the things. I mean, not only just Egypt funded them
Yeah.
or this. If
America,
a
listen,
smallest country can fund
Hold
a
on.
bigger
Hold on.
entity
Hold on.
like ISIS, I mean, don't even
Okay.
mention it.
Look. Just before ZXY goes, because the hand is up. I don't know if Genie wants to go in, because he's. Oh,
Nikita's hand's been up for a while. It's been
oh,
up for
sorry,
like
sorry,
10 minutes.
Nikita.
Tom, nice one, Genie.
Just
I
quickly
just want.
though, Nikita, just on Jainim in Africa. Jainim is a group formed from the Turag tribe, and before Islam even existed in Africa, these tribes were looting and raiding each other, anyways. I don't really see it as anything new. I don't look at things from a lens of religion, guys. Like, for example, right, if you look at the grooming gangs in England, the Pakistani grooming gangs,
Yes,
nearly everything they
the
spoke about
that's all the
was
universe
racial.
cares
They
is how
referred to the
pure your
girls
heart
as
is.
white meat, white trash. It was all racial. It wasn't really
Yeah,
religious.
and on the racial level, you hear that same kind of language about white Brits, especially from Indians too. So it's kind of more just this Loxism, this anti-whiteism that you see from both Indians and Pakistanis, right? But they'll only highlight when the Pakistanis are doing it just because they happen to be a majority Muslim country, or if it's one of the 200 million Muslims in India or whoever, because it's just easier to sell that way. And you mean you saw it with that obvious Judeo false flag. The guy ended up stabbing another African Muslim, but they didn't end up reporting on that, right? They only reported on the two Jews. Could you imagine being that guy, like the first guy he stabbed? You were stabbed before the other two guys. No one gives a shit about you. And the government is telling you, we don't give a fuck about you. They're on TV basically telling his family that they don't give a solitary fuck about him. And to them, the only thing that matters is these poor, blameless Jews. Could you imagine being the innocent Muslim man that was stabbed in this fucking false flag by that
Your tolerance
patsy,
for
that
shallow
retard? And the
conversation
government is
disappears.
basically telling your family, we don't give a fuck about you. We only serve the Jews. Could you imagine? Could
Same in
you imagine
Australia.
being the white girls
Nikita,
that were the
Same
victims
in
of grooming gangs, right? The
same in
white girls that
Australia.
were victims of grooming gangs, they didn't get nearly enough attention. And when it's the Jews, the government goes
I mean,
crazy.
the four ambulances got more attention than the
Fine.
grooming.
Yes, Tom.
Go on, Nikita. Yeah, sorry.
I was just going to say, it's obvious. It's been a greater threat since after World War II. You know your history, everyone. Zionism's the greatest threat to, I'd say, to the world because of what they're trying to do, not just the
I'd
UK.
agree. I'd agree with that.
And
I'd
it's just how
100%
much
agree with that.
control they have over everything. Like Gentiles just been saying, the way they'll force an attitude. So we, especially after 9/11, they'll force an attitude. So it's just everything's the Muslim fault. That's my perspective anyway. I've got
No,
I
yeah,
just
yeah,
and
correct.
I'm a Scouser lad. We go. You know what we're like. We're left as they come in the UK. That's how fuck. And that,
I know, yeah.
we're getting reform and what's the other party trying to force upon us because the way
Restore.
restore we're getting them forced upon us, lad, because people don't know what to do because the city's been like there's no decent jobs going. There's nothing that's been forgot about, and then you getting restore and reform fill the gap by saying that everything's immigration's fault and it's all down to Israel. That's my 2 pence on
Yeah,
it.
no, you're correct. And like I said earlier on, I said, most people who living in fucking mud huts, if they get an idea, if they get a chance to go to like a first world country, they're gonna go. So you should blame the people who've opened up the gates, not the guys who want to go and
Or the
who's
people who or the people who are starting the wars.
yeah, starting
That's
the
that's
wars.
that's the thing. My mentality. I think these people should be funded weapons. These Christians in the South, they should be able to fight against this onslaught. You know what I mean? Because like these Nilotic tribes, for example, and these Malians, like Ibrahim Traore's troops. They're funded. Well, they're working with the Russians, but they're not going to be. Because the Americans don't like that, obviously, because of the uranium. They're going to be taking mining. So there's always that power dynamic, whereas it's always a battle over resources. So it's like
You know, like
use your
the
Yeah,
troops.
but I mean, look, that Traore dude lost like fucking 60% of his country to terrorists. Yo, could we let Zixi speak? He's been waiting for a while, but like after the host, of course. I apologize to
yeah,
interrupt.
sorry, Zixi, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, just to touch on what a Gentile supremacist stated in regards to the Jews not liking people. I mean, it should be well known by now that anyone the Jews hate is obviously a target, right? And this is not just reserved for people in the global south or people in the Arab world or in the Muslim world. I made a post about an Austrian politician known as Jörg Haider, who was critical of Jewish power and Jewish supremacy in his own country, Austria, right? And he was a staunch nationalist and someone who was completely against what the Jews were doing in Austria. This guy was a politician, I believe, in the 90s. He even had a close relationship with Saddam Hussein, the former president of Iraq. I mean, Jörg Haider was pretty much so the official narrative of his death is that Jörg Haider died in a car accident, but we all know that's bullshit because Jörg Haider was being monitored by the Mossad, by the Israeli Mossad, throughout the 90s because of his activities and his criticism of Jews, right? And I mean, they even tried to, put him in prison,
Going to
pretty much
check on my
shun him from
quesadillas.
society and all that. And since that didn't work, they ended up assassinating him in 2008, right? And it just so happens that he died in a car accident, which I don't believe that's the case. I believe
Yeah,
he was
no.
assassinated. So
Do you
that's number
know?
one.
It's
Yeah.
just I just find it interesting because it's funny because you look in Austria and how things are going. Because when I looked into Jörg Haider's whole thing, I actually thought he was thought he might have been like Lebanese or something with that surname, but but no, he's a pure Aryan. But I looked into him, and what had happened was his movement split off from the Freedom Party, which was like it's a super zogged out party now, which I find interesting because that would have meant that he was this is what they always do, the Jews, is they find the Shabbos goy within these sort of nationalist movements, right? So like they find the guy, the what's his name, Stracher or whatever, in the Freedom Party, so that he can basically be used as a cudgel against the followers of Haider, real genuine nationalists, real patriots. That's what the Jews did with Tommy, right? Tommy was there to disrupt Nick Griffin's success
True.
and Nick Griffin's momentum, right? Because Nick Griffin was he was getting mainstream TV appearances, and he was
I think they might have something on Tommy, and that he can't leave now. I have a theory.
I think he's ethnically Jewish. Let's just be honest. He said it himself. Like,
Yeah,
come
Yeah.
on. Like, at this point, somebody like, because all of the people who were like, a lot of the people who were with him, they've had to like do a shift on the whole like Zio thing. Like Steve Bannon, who was there talking to Epstein about like how he's doing God's work and everything. Tommy is. Steve Bannon's done like a complete 180. Like Steve Bannon is hypercritical of Israel now. That's not because
but
he's actually a skeptic of Israel or
you know,
Zionism.
Epstein
It's
said
because he's controlled opposition. But
Epstein
Tommy
said Tommy was
Robinson is
cheap.
still doing it. He's still going, and I
Epstein
think that's because
Epstein
he's
was
Jewish.
Tommy was cheap as well. By the way, that's what he said in the emails. Epstein said
Yeah,
Tommy
he's
was
the
cheap.
cheap. Yeah.
I
I
want to
saw that.
say,
Yeah.
Gentile. I'm sorry, XY, ZX. He mentioned a very interesting story about an assassination. That's kind of part of the whole Zionist, the way they do things, blackmail, assassination. I mean, didn't they assassinate the British politician Lord Moyne? I mean, that's documented. Could you imagine if a Muslim did? Could you imagine if
Yeah,
a Muslim?
they tried to kill Truman shortly after Lord Moyne. I think maybe a year or two after they got Lord Moyne, the same group tried to the Stern gang tried to kill Truman. They emailed nail bombs to him, right? That's why the Stern gang was considered the most extreme of the three, right? But they were all kind of the same shit, but with
Yeah,
a
and
different smell.
there's an interesting story. So I shared in the jumbotron above. So if anyone remembers the Charlie Hebdo attack. Um,
Yeah, I
see,
remember that.
so essentially, what it was this, the main story was a few Muslims who were ex drug addicts, sorry, drug gang members who didn't seem religious at all, were angry and came out of a car, uh, just came out of a car, shot someone with an AK-47, went back into the car when they could have done it from the window, dropped both of their IDs, fled the scene, changed their clothes in front of a kosher cafe, and then they were arrested. So, if you actually look at what I posted up there, one of the suspects, his classmates protested, saying he was innocent and he was in class at the time of the incident. Now, the assassination thing comes into
Mm.
it when one of the police officers went to the office late at night to investigate the case independently, and he was found dead the next day in the office. And they said it was suicide. So there's a lot of shady stuff like that that does happen.
No,
Yeah.
no, and if you actually watch the Charlie Hebdo footage, when they get out of the car, it's like they don't. Just go and watch the footage. It genuinely
I got
looks so. It
15
looks like
minutes.
WWE, and that's kind of what it looked like with this guy with the recent thing with this Somali dude in London or Golders
The
Green or Mill Hill or wherever the fuck. Because I
The
mean,
Australia, the Australia one was just as bad when that fella was putting the blood all over his face and he's tried to bandage himself up. That was just that was
Arsonist,
the worst.
Well,
Arsenostrovsky,
well,
Arsonist.
if you're British, you should know about the Levant affair and the King
Yeah,
David
I
Hotel
know it
attack.
all, bro. I know it
So,
all like
like,
I'm on.
essentially, what it was Israelis dressed
I'm
up
more
as
Irish
Arabs.
than British, though, lad.
Well, no,
Tom, I'm gonna
No,
leave
but
just
that's the
now.
thing I was gonna
Sorry.
say is if you actually go and watch that Charlie Hebdo footage, I mean, it looks like WWE, and same with this recent thing in Golders Green, because the guy was walking. You look at this guy. This guy is he's a tub of lard, and he's walking like at like negative 300 miles per hour, and. And it's almost like he was walking in reverse. He was walking that slow, and the Jew is like running, and it's like the Jew doesn't notice him, and he's just walking slowly up to him with a knife, and anyone could have seen that from like a million miles away. You know, that's how you know that shit was a fucking false flag. They
That's
might
like
have
the
not. That might
effort.
have not even been a Jew. They might have got like with their Shabbos goy to dress up like a fucking rabbi or something. You know, so
I would have got
They've just
Basil.
cleared they've just cleared
they
out
got
the
Basil, and Basil would agree to it. He'd agree to it. He'd take a knee for the guy.
Fucking
they've
Basil the
just
Great. Basil
they've
the Great.
just
Basil the Great, bro. Nah, you know who's their intellectual forefather is fucking Gad Sad. That's actually their intellectual forefather now. Like I remember there used to be some Tommy Tard with three teeth I would debate. The guy knew fucking nothing. He didn't even know what the Iraq war was. He didn't even know there was a war in Iraq. He just didn't know anything. He couldn't point to his own house on a map. But
Bro,
all of a sudden I start debating this guy, and he's like, you know what you've got, mate? You've got suicidal empathy. And I'm like, where the fuck do you learn these? You hadn't said a word more than two syllables this entire time, and you're here quoting
No,
God's
but
sad.
I spoke.
the funny thing about that is about God's side is like Jews have received more money than anybody else. I mean like what do you call it, handouts, like
Yeah,
billions of dollars from Germany, from all over the
just
world.
before
Yeah,
just before we go to Genie, I spoke to a Tommy Robinson fan on the space, and this is what he said verbatim, for word. This is what he said. Right, he said to me, "Qatar owns England." Could not believe. I could not believe it when he said that. And he goes, "Qatar owns your government. Qatar owns England." I go, "Oh my God, there's no saving these people. There is no saving these people."
but but like Tom, they're saying that because he received $3 million from the Qatar royal family. That's whatever.
Bro, Qatar doesn't even govern themselves. These Gulf nations are all proxies of America, anyways. Like,
True, true,
It's
true.
not even just that. It's like, look, it's one thing to point out the Qatari influence, but notice how because there is influence, but notice how it's not detrimental to the UK like it is with Israel. It's like, in exchange, Qatar basically provides Europe with all the LNG it needs, right? But what is Israel? Can someone name me one thing Israel provides Europe with? And this
Mass
actually
migration
ties
and
into
open
the
borders.
title. It ties into the title of the space, um,
Refugees.
because well, yeah, but it ties into the title of this. This one thing as well, definitely. But it ties into the title of the space because how the Jays and the Zios basically market themselves, especially to Europe because of the close proximity to the Levant. I mean, it's like a stone's throw away. So they basically say, well, look, you guys are facing this, radical jihad problem, because it wouldn't make sense for them to point out the other non-white migrants coming in, especially when one Jews want to replace white people. It's known that Kalergi's father was best friends with Nicholas with Theodore Herzl. Herzl was best friends with Kalergi's father, but also too, because then you wouldn't have that's not PR for Israel. Their PR is in the fact that well, we don't provide you with shit. Like our bilateral relations, we genuinely don't provide you with fucking anything. You give us everything, and you let and we get to completely control your history, your narrative, and what your kids are taught in school about World War II and everything. But in exchange, right? And everyone can agree with that sentiment. If you're somebody who's on the dissident left, you could say, well, they're lied to about World War II in terms of the Russian sacrifice against the Germans. And if you're somebody on the dissident right, well, you could say, well, you're lied to about World War II with the whole narrative of Hitler just waking up one day and hating the Jews for no reason because they were just so poor and blameless, and he was so jealous of how good they were at counting money, like
No,
so and
no,
and
it's yeah.
nothing about the Treaty of Versailles, and nothing about how Jews dragged America and Britain into the First World War. But
Do you know?
regardless, but what I'm saying though is because Israel doesn't provide Europe or pretty much anyone else it has relations with, okay, like fucking Lesotho, let alone Europe, because Israel can't provide anyone with shit. They basically say what we can provide you with is counterterrorism expertise, because they invented what's a terrorist and what isn't a terrorist, right? So they basically say we provide you with counterterrorism expertise. So whenever you talk to like if you ask somebody the next time they say this Qatar stuff, ask them sure, but what Qatar does have influence. It's a very rich country, has a lot of soft power influence and projection. Ask them. Qatar provides us with all the LNG that we have in Europe. Now then ask him Israel provide us with? He's going to answer, Israel provides us with intelligence on fighting radical jihadis. And it's like, really? Is that why is that why Netanyahu was told to leave? That's why Netanyahu withheld the information he had about fucking 7-7, right? Is that
Then
why
he'll
you know?
say to you, "Have you been?"
Yeah, have you been? Just before we go to Genie, I need to actually make a cup of coffee. So Genie, you're gonna manage this space for about a few minutes. So if anyone knows about the 7/7 attack that happened in the UK, one of the largest terrorist attacks, Benjamin Netanyahu was in London at the time and received an alert about 5 to 8 minutes before the attack to say, "Don't leave your hotel." And I've posted the evidence of this on my page. If you just Google 7/7, and there was no evidence at all of these young, I think they were Pakistani or Somalian men on the trains or buses. No CCTV at all. No, none, zero of them on the platforms. So,
You
boy,
know why there was no CCTV? Is because the company that was you can Google this. What was the company contracted to have all the footage from the London Underground and King's Cross and Paddington and all the stations in 2005? And they'll tell you that it's a company called Converse Infosys, which Rishi Sunak's father-in-law, I think, sits on the board of. But Converse Infosys is an Israeli company. It's created by former 8200 graduates in Israel. And Converse Infosys, uh, I think that around that time, around 7-7, around the mid 2000s, Converse Infosys took over an Israeli startup called Otigo, which actually had an office in Lower Manhattan. And as we all know, their workers were told, this is according to Haaretz and Jerusalem Post, right? Their workers were told not to go to work on 9/11, and we know that about Otigo. That was that Israeli instant messaging service, kind of like Microsoft Chat for the early Israeli cyberspace or whatever. So I mean, when you look at this, you start to understand that the same company the same company that was bought out right after 9/11, whose employees were told not to go to work on 9/11. The company that bought it out was the same company managing the cameras on the London Underground on July 7th, 2005. So you look at that and you start to put all the pieces together and you wonder, why is there no footage of it happening?
They're
Because
just again support for the Iraq invasion,
well,
essentially.
yeah, because that was the exact same year the troop surge started. I mean, why do you think Tony Blair's Secretary of Defense at the time was John Hutton, Lord Hutton? Lord Hutton is actually, and you can Google this, Lord Hutton is the director of the board of Pearson Engineering. Pearson Engineering is a subsidiary of Rafael, which is Israel's largest state owned arms company. It's owned by the Likud, by the Israeli government. So,
Yeah, they do own a lot. They do own a shit ton. A shit ton. And I was just going to say, today in the UK, we've all been waiting for a false flag, and they've just, what have they done? Evacuated Birmingham Arena because of Peter Kay. So they've tried. They're trying. They're trying their best to cause a disruption. But we'll go to ZXY. ZXY, fire away, my man.
Yeah,
Tom's still here.
the
Tom was good.
narrative, yeah, the reporting on the false flag. So notice how, there's a lot of terrorist attacks and crime that occur in Britain, right? And none of it is, and most of it is barely reported by the media in the UK, right? But all of a sudden, when a bunch of Jews, right, get stabbed in what is apparently an Islamic terrorist attack, but in reality it's just a false flag, the media goes ballistic, right? The media goes ballistic, right? Because it's Jews, right? Because people in the media have this notion that Jewish lives
This guy
matter more
doesn't
than
like the
Gentile lives,
Jews.
right?
I
It's
take it.
kind of like the narrative with the Holocaust, right? With the fake and fabricated Holocaust narrative, right? We're supposed to care about only what 500,000 Jews that died in concentration camps, mainly because of typhus and starvation, because the Allies were bombing supply routes to the camps, right? We're only supposed to care about those people, and let's just completely and according to the narrative, right, we're just supposed to forget about all the Gentiles in Europe, the Germans, the French, the Russians, even the Japanese who were killed in the war, right? And we're just supposed to focus on the Jews. So I mean, it's just, this is kind of the double standard I see, where it's like Jewish lives apparently, according to these people, matter more than Gentile lives. And it's just I think it's quite obvious that Jewish supremacy and Jewish, and this like Jewish entitlement is, plaguing the world, and it's just it's messed up. It really is.
What I don't get is what I honestly don't get is the idea of Islam trying to take over, and this Islam being some kind of expansionist ideology. When you look at Muslim countries like, say, Pakistan, they're trying to they're trying to break away from each other. They're trying to balkanize. Like the Kashmiris want Kashmir, Balochistanis want Balochistan. If you look at Indonesia, it's a Muslim country. It has an island called um, Bali. Bali is a Hindu island. If Islam was such an
it's Buddhist.
Buddhist, sorry, if Islam is such an expansionist ideology, why aren't they conquering their own land of Bali and making it Hindu? Like, I don't. This whole idea of this clash of civilization myth we've been taught. Look at Sadiq Khan. They've
Because
been
of
telling.
it's because the defense contractors need a big bad wolf. That's all it is. That's
Yeah, I mean,
that's
I've been
No, but
hearing.
it was one thing. It was one thing with that, but like think about this, right? If you look at the previous big bad wolves, there was a Japanese empire, there was a Soviet Union, there was a big Chinese Communist Party, that then these were all nuclear. Well, 60% of these were all nuclear powers. But when you look at the Muslim world, there's only one nuclear country out of 57, and it's really it doesn't pose a threat to any Western country in any way realistically. And
I
so when
completely
you
agree.
look at that, you start to understand that it's like who is the threat? Like the thing about this idea of needing the boogeyman is it's a little different because this time it's the boogeyman that's it's sort of like it's personal for the Jews. It's about greater Israel with this boogeyman. So they need to make him seem like this is the like that the Gentiles of the Middle East are like the antithesis to all that's like good and awesome and apple pie and John Cena and loving your mama and whatever so
John
John
Cena.
Cena.
No, look, you're correct. Like, this whole like we want to bring democracy to different countries. First of all, I don't believe democracy even exists. I don't believe it works. But Genie, sorry, your hands up, Genie.
Yeah, yeah, I can't remember what I was going to say. It went 10 minutes ago. It went 10 minutes ago.
No, whenever you're ready. But yeah, so I was going to say about the expansionist ideology. I mean, if you look at Israel, clearly they're trying to expand. With the Greater Israel Project. So my question will be to people here who probably know more than me is: Do they stop? Do they stop there? Do they use that area as leverage? Because they'll have leverage that area to maybe destabilize the West even further. Um, so that's something I'm. Yeah, sorry,
I
Nikita.
remember. I remembered. I remembered
Yeah, yeah, go for it.
a lot of the things and the fear with Islam is lack of understanding and a lack of wanting to understand because people have been so brainwashed with the Tommy Robinsons, with the mainstream media narrative of Islam. They haven't really got the core message and the beliefs and the practices that us as Muslims and the different sects have. So there's a lot of lack of understanding, and that's why I like kids learning religious education because they have my son has got more of an understanding of religious education than half of the people that I come across on Twitter because he's educated. Ask him how many Abrahamic religions is it? Three. You'll argue with someone on Twitter, oh yeah, your God isn't real. It's an Abrahamic religion, you dumbass. Like, if one isn't true, they all aren't true. If one is the devil, they all are the devil. So, yeah, a lot of it is lack of education and just not wanting to. Ignorance. Plain ignorance.
Yeah, you're correct. Sorry, Nikita, go on.
It's propaganda as well, especially after 9/11. 9/11, it's what we were getting force fed to us for 25 years, but so we had smartphones. That's the main. That's unless you've got like critical thinking as well, which you can, which a lot of people are doing more now. You're stuck in a cycle. What you get fed by like Rupert Murdoch and other gobshites like that. Really,
yeah, he's a
that's what
Jew. He's a Jew.
Yeah,
that's what I'm
and
saying.
9
That's all.
9/11 to me was like one big MK Ultra experiment. They caused
Yeah, yeah,
so much emotional
and you
trauma.
look at MK Ultra, right? The two
Yeah, hang
guys
on.
that were
Can
in
I
charge
finish
of
a sec?
MK
Yeah,
Ultra. Oh,
let
sorry.
me finish a sec.
Sidney Gottlieb.
You can
He's a
get
Jew.
but there's a new technique called hemisynchronization where they don't have to physically traumatize you. They can do it on a mass scale using emotional trauma. And that's what 9/11 was. And hemisynchronization was conducted by the Monroe Institute and funded by the CIA. And you can alter states of consciousness. The Sufis have known about this for many years. The occult have known about it. And most mystical schools of thought know about this stage of consciousness, and that's how they do it. They induce a fear state of mind with movies,
Well,
cinema.
that's what they done with the Manson murders. They done the exact same thing to ramp up the security system in America after the Manson murders, and it's all to do with the CIA. The CIA, the for me, they're the devils. That's personally.
Do you know, this reminds me actually of Gentile might know about this. If you remember the underwear bomber, the Nigerian guy who got on a plane.
No,
The,
you mean the shoe bomber?
no,
Because
no, the underwear. It's basically a Nigerian
it
guy.
was the underwear bomber, not the Pakistani Taliban guy, Faisal Shahzad, or was that
No,
or was
this guy
no,
was
that was the Times Square. That was the Times Square. Sorry.
no,
I'm
this guy.
talking about
Was he?
quesadillas.
No, he was in
Was he
Nigeria.
Al Shabaab?
Yeah, no,
He
the
was
underwear was Nigerian. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so essentially, what?
he was Al Shabaab,
No,
or
no, no, he wasn't. He
what
wasn't
crew
linked
was
to
he
any
playing?
group. But basically, he got on a plane and essentially he tried to allegedly, do do something on the plane. And one witness on the plane told reporters that he came on the plane with some guy wearing a suit, and he didn't have a passport or boarding pass. And what happened was the guy with the suit, they didn't let him on the plane. They didn't let the Nigerian guy on the plane, and he held the flight up. They waited, and the guy with the suit was making phone calls, and eventually another guy came in and he goes, "No," he told the air hostess, "You have to let this guy on the plane." So this Nigerian guy got on the plane with no passport. Um, and then they accused him of trying to blow up the plane. And after that, the security industry made billions with like scanning machines and scanning um, security at airports. It's made profits. So yeah, sorry, yeah, because you mentioned about the security systems making money. Yeah, they made a lot of money after that.
Yeah, all those security systems, like in charge of every single aspect of 9/11, they were all former 8200. And I didn't want to say this in regards to MK Ultra, like the gentleman down there said, it was Sidney Gottlieb, right? The two guys in charge of MK Ultra were Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, Jew, and Dr. Louis Jolyon West, who is another Jew. So, I mean, you look at this and you start to understand what's going on, and then you look at the you look at 9/11, for example. We obviously know that was a big false flag, and we spoke about 7/7 and Charlie Hebdo, all
Yeah.
these notorious false flags. But if
Go for
people really
Tonkin.
want to,
Go for Tonkin.
yeah,
I'm
The Gulf
eating
of
now,
Tonkin is really one
so
of the
that's
first.
why
You could
this
argue the
character's up.
USS Maine was actually the first
Yeah,
one, but the
yeah,
Gulf
yeah.
of Tonkin was Vietnam, right? And that was another Jewish war. That on one side you have Henry Kissinger, Jew, Walter Rostow, Jew. And that was during the Kennedy administration. Now, after the Jews killed Kennedy and they put in Lyndon B. Johnson, there's
Another
even
Jew.
more Jews. His
Another Jew.
ambassador
Yeah.
to the UN
His mum was
was
Jewish as well, by the way, Gentile. His mum was Jewish.
from what I know, his that's
I don't
been
know
wrong
about any of this.
theorized, but from what I know, his family were members of this weird sort of like cult called the Christadelphians. Nothing really Christ-like about them. They believe that the Jews were. If you think the evangelicals are crazy, look up the Christadelphians. It's a small, like kosher cult that Lyndon B. Johnson's family were like the trailblazing stakeholders of. So when you look at this, you start to understand once they put him in, they have even more Jews around him. So after the Jews killed Kennedy, it was already Jews around Kennedy that were pushing on the Vietnam policy,
And if you're
Rostow and
watching
Kissinger and whatnot. And
and
then
don't
Gento,
agree,
LBJ comes
pop
in.
in.
Gento, can I ask you, sorry, quickly, about what's your thoughts on Rupert?
Yeah, and if you're watching and don't agree,
He's like
pop in
promoting
and come and have your
He's sort
perspective.
of like he's interesting to me because he sort of seems like the wasp Mamdani. And what I mean by this is he doesn't have to have the same policies as him or whatnot.
This
But what I'm
guy's still
saying is
going.
he's the guy that
No, not a
everyone
speaker.
for some reason has assigned this status to. Because you speak to a lot of these anti-Israel or anti-Zionist people in Britain, even pro-Palestine people on the right, dissident right in Britain, they'll say stuff like, "Oh well, reform is the Zio-controlled one with Farage and all these Zios, and restore is the one that's not has nothing to do with the Zios." And it's like, really, really, is that why? Is that why? Look, restore was formed in late June 2025. Since then, since late June 2025 till today, I actually have a tweet. I can pull this up if you just give me if you just give me a second.
I've got the,
Uh,
there's a lot of people from my area who think restored is their way up in town, and I'm sorting that out.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
there's
exactly.
literally
So I put this up in
yeah.
the I put this up in the thread. I said Restore was founded in late June 2025. Since its founding, Rupert Lowe has voted to prescribe and ban Palestine Action as a terrorist organization. It's like, if this guy isn't controlled by Jews, why has he got his knickers in a twist over a bunch of anti-war hippies? You know, it's the stupidest thing ever. He's maintained his huge stakeholdership in all these net zero companies, despite claiming to be against the net zero agenda. Rupert Lowe profiteered alongside Jews during the Judeo pandemic, and we all know that was a Zionist psyop. Rupert Lowe profiteered off of selling all these COVID testing kits to people. He's the same guy that also voted no on any on any bill to sanction Israel, on any resolution to sanction Israel, and he would rather sanction, like, keep the same status quo, sanctioning Palestine and southern Lebanon and Iran as they're being genocided and bombed by the Jews. And he's also received glittering endorsements from, all these big wealthy Jews, these Jewish
He
plutocrats,
was he
people
was in
like
charge. He was
Elon
in
Musk
charge
and
for
Gad Saad. Gad Saad
he
gave
was
him
in
an
he was in
endorsement, and
charge of
Restore retweeted it. Gad
he was in
Saad.
charge of a football club first as well, Gentile. He was in charge of Southampton's football club. So in that environment anyway, you're going to be in charge of. You're going to come involved with a lot of Jews no matter what. So
Well, I
Apparently, he's
mean, it
fired.
depends. It depend. Yeah, because if you actually look, one of the things people point to about when you bring up Jewish control and they try to counter it with this Gulf control, it's like kind of a, it's like kind of a, it's whataboutism, but they always bring it up and they point to the big football clubs. But it's like, if you look at a lot of these football clubs, they have Jewish owners. When there's, hundreds of millions of Arabs, I'm not going to be surprised. Or when there's, 60 or how million or however many people in these GCC countries, I'm not going to be surprised when there's rich owners from Qatar or Saudi Arabia or the UAE. What I am going to be surprised is why there's 250,000 Jews in all of England and there's barely any Jews in all of Europe. Yet the owner of Atletico Madrid is one of the rich is like the richest guy in Israel. He's a Jew. The owner of Brighton was Tony Bloom, a Jew who made all his money off of crypto and gambling. Uh,
Tottenham.
the, yeah, Tottenham, Daniel Levy, before Daniel and Joe Lewis, another Jew that Trump pardoned. Tottenham's Jewish owner, Joe Lewis, was actually was a criminal. He was a white collar criminal, and Trump pardoned him, right? Because Trump is another slave of the Jews, and everyone's clear for everyone to see. No need to go into that, right? And Tottenham before Joe Lewis, it was Lord Sugar, who was like the biggest Jew ever, right? So, so I mean, like it doesn't stop there. But then
Hey,
you look at
Gentile, by
United.
the way, Gentile,
United
Gentile.
before Jim Ratcliffe, it was the Glazers, right? The Glazers, who also own the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they're Jews. They're as Jewish as it
Yeah,
gets. Some of
we
the
have
richest Jews in America. They're
They
the
still got
Glazers.
a
we
big
have got
percentage.
hands
They
up
still
though,
got a big
Gentile.
Nazi percentage in United, by the way.
We have got hands up, so
So does
we'll
the Jews.
we'll go to
So
the
does the
hands to
Jews that
keep
own
the
United.
we'll go to the hands to keep the conversation flowing. So, I think it was ZXY, Tracy, and then undefined. I think it's undefined.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on what Gentile said. There's also a tweet of Rupert Lowe back in like 2024 stating that the British government was being quote unquote cowardly for not standing with Israel, and showing unconditional support for the Israelis. Just to mention that as well.
I don't know why anyone would support Israel. I've been trying to think about this just from an objective point of view. Even if you don't like Muslims, why support Israel? Why? What?
It's
I mean,
Because the
colonialism
Bible
let me
to
tell
tells
you
us
what that.
to.
expand
Wait,
The
Western
Bible tells us to.
hold
imperialist
on, Miss sister.
dominance. That's
It's
what
like
it is.
Let me
They
help.
want
it's like
Let me get in there.
supporting it's like
they
supporting
want to control the Americas, Australia, the Middle East, and then leverage it over Russia and China.
yeah,
That's what they
it's
want.
like support to me. It's like supporting Uganda. Like, why would I?
It's a little bit more complex than that, because when you look at, let's see, when you look at the regime change in Syria, right? You saw the Druze, they sided with Israel, but before that, they used to chant death to Israel. They used to hate Israel, but they see
Not
who
always,
was their
Tracy.
real
No, no, no.
friends.
Tracy,
You know what I'm
sorry. No,
saying?
no, no. You actually, it's wrong. Your information is wrong. The Jews have always been loyal to Israel. The Hijri ones, at least.
There's videos of them running through the streets in Tel Aviv chanting
Okay,
death to
but the
Israel.
Druze don't matter on a global scale. Like the
The
Druze
Exactly,
are
same as
right?
useless.
the
Exactly.
same as the Kurds. You know what I'm saying? They also support Israel.
Can I ask Selena?
It's imperialism. They want to do to the Middle Easterns just as America did to the Native Americans to expand their empire and take a power.
Why haven't they already done that?
To be, well, that's what they're trying to do.
They are doing it,
Why
Selena.
haven't they done that in 48
I, g-
years?
I got a question for you,
They
Selena. I got a
literally have
question
Actually
for you.
given
expanded
up
Gaza.
land, haven't they? In
I mean,
48
they're
Selena.
years,
weak.
right?
That's one aspect
Right.
of it. They're too weak.
Hold on,
They don't
hold
have
on.
enough people.
Guys, let's
We
calm
need.
down. Come on, put your hand up. Everyone, put your hand up. Right, not the Hitler hand, but maybe ZXY will do that. But don't know who was next. Genie, help me out.
I, I just I just wanted to ask Selena something. Where in the Bible does it say that you should support Israel? Because the Israel in the Bible is
where was
hang on,
Jesus
hang on,
born?
hang on. Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? The Israel in the Bible are the sons of Jacob, the group of people, not the Israel or the state of Israel. So even in your own Bible, it's not talking about the Zionist Israeli state.
You need
So
to look up replacement theology.
there
You
is
are
no
odd
replacement
because the
theology.
Catholics
That's
practice it.
exactly what
They
it
think
means.
that the church has replaced Israel when the Bible never states that. If y'all got any
It actually
questions, I'll
does,
ask
but
Rob.
okay.
No, I've got none. I've got none for you. Thank you. None at all.
Okay.
Absolutely none. That was the only question, and you failed. You failed that
Do you
question answer.
realize, Selena, the Israel of today is not the same as the Israel in the
Do
Bible?
you
And
realize that
hold
Jesus
on,
was a
Selena.
Jew and that he practiced Jewish traditions and
Jesus
rules
was
and
not a
laws? Did
Jew.
you know
No, he
that?
Jesus
wasn't a
was not
Jew.
a
Jesus
He
Jew.
wasn't a
absolutely was
Jew.
a Jew.
He
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 was
wasn't a
was
not
a
a
Jew.
Jew.
Jew. He was not a
Let's
rabbinic
ask
Jew.
Grok. I asked Grok down in the
He
bottom
was
pit.
not a
Ask
rabbinic
Grok.
Jew. I'm sorry.
Did he practice the law? Did he keep the law
What do the
perfectly?
Jews
He
think
didn't
of
He
practice the
Jesus?
absolutely
Talmud.
did.
He actually
I'm
criticized the
interested to know
Pharisees
on
for
what the
keeping
Jews
the
think of
Talmud. But
Jesus,
okay.
since we
I've
have a
never
great
heard
alliance.
Talmud mentioned in the Bible anywhere. Is it in the Bible? I've never heard the word Talmud anywhere in the Bible.
He
Give me the verse.
literally
Give me
condemned
the
the
verse.
Pharisees for
Give
following the
me the verse.
traditions that
Don't
he.
tell me.
Can you not interrupt me? Thank you.
Selena, I'm going to give you your first warning, okay? Just stop interrupting. Go on, ZX.
Right. So basically, when Christ calls them a brood of vipers and calls them the synagogue of Satan in Revelation, right? Who is he referring to?
Yeah,
People
yeah.
pretending to be Jews like the Catholics are trying to do now.
Oh yeah, yeah. Of course it is.
No, that's if you
That's who he was
actually
talking to.
hold
She's
on,
a
hold on, hold
chaos
on,
agent. That's all she's
What
here for.
the
No, I'm
hold
just
on.
telling you. If you don't believe me, let's go on Grok.
Selena,
If
Let's
you're
you
an
look up
actually,
American, right? What
replacement
do you
hold
think
on,
about
theology.
hold on.
Trump terminating the Iran invasion today? What do
what's
you think
next?
about
He was
that?
talking about the Hindus instead, actually. What?
Or
He's
Oh
or
my
talking
would
about
you
goodness.
Jews.
rather have America go sacrifice itself for Israel in the Middle East with Iran? Is that what you want? What decision do you
Israel is
want
never
America to
going to be
make?
defeated
Can
according
we
to the
not
Bible.
bring up the
Ever.
Bible? Can we talk about
Ever.
current events?
Ever.
Yeah,
Look it up.
nobody
You can't,
cares
Selena.
about
You can't. You
Israel,
can't. You
No,
Selena.
cannot bring
You're
up
talking
I
about
just want
Bible.
World
to
War
comment
Three.
on
The
this
hatred
because
of
I don't like it
Judaism
when.
is evil. It's
All right,
satanic. The hatred
Nobody
of
gives
Selena,
a
you can't.
fuck about
Selena, you
is
Jews.
can't talk
straight
all
about
from
the
You're
hell,
Bible. You
straight
can't bring
from
self-centered.
up
the
the
pit of.
Talmud.
I
You
don't
have
like
Straight
it
from
when
Satan
narcissistic
himself.
personality disorder.
okay, I don't like it when people twist scripture, so please don't do that. That's like satanic garbage. Um, right. So again, right, nowhere in the Bible does it teach dispensationalist crap. Nowhere does it teach your Judeo-Christian values. In fact, if you read the Gospel of Matthew, the Jews literally stated when Pontius Pilate asked them, you know, should I crucify Christ, right? The Jews openly stated, let his blood be upon us and upon our children. So the Jews invoked a curse upon themselves. They're no longer the chosen people. They are eternally damned and eternally cursed. Thank you.
That's correct. I've read that as well. And also, most Ashkenazi Jews aren't even Jews. They're not even real Jews. I don't know who's
That's
next.
Catholic and Orthodox supremacy for you. See, they don't trust the Bible. They have to listen to what their Pope tells them.
Well, actually, because the church gave us the Bible in the first place,
The
they
church
canonized
doesn't replace
scripture.
the Bible. Sorry,
No,
it
the
doesn't. No,
Catholic
it
Church
doesn't. It
canonized
doesn't.
scripture.
No, it
Listen, I'm not
doesn't.
gonna have a okay. I'm not gonna have a religious debate here, right? The fact of the matter is, the scripture you read as a evangelical Protestant Jew worshiper comes
I
from the
can read it
Catholic
and
Church.
understand it very easily. You should try one day,
All right,
maybe.
please don't interrupt me. Yeah, it doesn't come.
I gave her a timeout
Yeah,
for 5 minutes.
right.
Selena, timeout.
So let me just make this one point before we get to another topic. The scriptures you read as a evangelical Jew worshiper, right, does not, it comes, it originates from the canonization of scripture because the Catholic Church canonized the scriptures in the first place. So again, you have no grounds to stand upon. Dispensationalism is a satanic ideology. You need to repent. Thank you.
Oh, I just love how you just put her in her place. Selena, he was 100% correct, and you know it. Okay, you know it deep down. He brought you facts. He read out. Sorry, I apologize for the guys for interrupting, but I know Selena. She's a good hearted woman, but she's very stubborn.
Did anyone
Selena,
Yeah,
see?
see,
Did I,
see, the Greeks, the Cyprus, the Armenians, they have a trilateral allyship, right? They want to fight the Turks, so they're allied with Israel, and they're buying weapons from Israel. You know, the UAE is
did you
buying weapons
see?
from Israel. You
Did
know
you
what I mean?
see that
Because they're trying to
Israeli?
destroy
Wake
the Muslim
up,
Brotherhood.
Neo.
he attacked
So
the
that's
statue, the Jesus
people are
statue,
gonna
the
support
IDF
Israel, bro.
soldier?
No, no,
Yeah.
no, no. The statue was something that got publicized. That it's not a single event. What about today when that guy went and hit her on the head? The Israeli 35-year-old guy
Yeah, they
who,
always do that. They always attack
yeah,
Christians.
Yeah,
it's
it's a social
Pajama,
unbelievable.
enterprise.
I can hear the
Yeah.
COPD in your breathing,
Well, I
Pajama.
can hear I can hear you reading
You,
bullshit out of your mouth.
you need to
I
get
can
some
feel the shit coming out of your
oxygen. You
mouth.
need to get some oxygen.
Honey, I
If you,
smoke 4 packs of cigarettes a day. Is
Yes,
that how's
right.
that irrelevant?
oh, you're
How's that
gonna die
relevant to the
soon.
how?
All
You
right,
might
guys.
want to. Yeah, you might want to
Arabs and
take that.
Jews.
Might
These are
want to take
being
that
real
mic.
people.
This is in the Gaza Strip, guys. Arabs and Jews.
Yeah, I was gonna say you might want to take that mic out of your mouth. Whoever that was. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, no worries, Genie. I wanted to go to unidentified Patriot. She contributes quite well. I've heard her in spaces. So, unidentified, you have the microphone.
I'm sorry, I've actually forgot what I was gonna say. I lost my train of thought.
If you
Okay,
have
good.
any thoughts on this, sorry, Pajama. If you have any thoughts on this topic or Zionism in general and how it is a plague upon humanity, you can give your opinion.
You know,
And
Tom.
then, no, no,
One
no, no one
thing.
wants to hear you. No one wants to hear you. Okay, I don't know how the fuck me smoking
Get
four
rid of
packs of
this
cigarettes
gulag.
is good. Sorry, guys. Sorry, co-host. Sorry, host. This woman, how the fuck is me smoking 4 packs of cigarettes is relevant to the subject of anything? You're just fucking targeting me out. That's what you fucking. You're like a woman. You're like a fucking
Relax.
Mexican dog,
Relax,
Chihuahua.
yo, just relax.
I'm
Relax.
sorry, guys.
Why are
I'm
you
sorry.
being
Just
dude?
take
Just
it.
ask
She's
her
fucking
America
following me
first or
around.
Israel first. That's what I want to know.
Dude,
She's
you
the
don't even
finest
like
woman.
know her though. Like,
That's
why
what
are
I
you
want to
getting
know. Do
so
you like
hyped?
America or do you like
Just
Israel?
all
Bro, I
relax.
fucking
Wait,
studied
who?
military
What?
academy in the States, bro. I
Yo,
fucking love
yo,
America. Fuck, tell me one
relax.
country in the world where you can fucking carry a rifle.
Pajama,
So America will not
pajama,
sacrifice itself in Iran for Israel. It's
God's
I
that
only
hope
simple.
so. I hope so.
Oh, fuck
Because
off.
it's
pajama,
fucking Mar-a-Lago.
pajama.
Bro, look, time out. Just 2 minutes.
Holy shit!
Dodsel, are you Doctor Degenerate from the previous account?
No, I'm Dodsel from Dodsel's
Okay.
account.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah. So yeah. I said to where's she gone? Unidentified. If you have any thing you want to add, you have the microphone.
No, I just want them to answer what's going on in Iran. That's what I want to know. What's the thought process behind
As
Iran?
far as the military operation,
Yeah, let's start with that. Explain.
The clusterfuck.
you mean America's?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear it out.
Well, I mean, is it because you just haven't kept up with it, or
No, it seems to me like you are doing the will of Israel and not the will of America. Because
I'm doing the will of Israel? That's weird. I'm standing on
the
a deck
American
smoking.
diplomats are
Well, it's
doing
still
the
on the
will.
official U.S. website that it's for Israel. I shared that on my page a few days ago.
And you have got
I mean, what's
neocon, and you
going
have
on
got
is.
neocon in your
Oh,
bio,
sorry.
mate.
What's
And you've
why
got
is America involved
Yeah,
in Iran?
let's let Chris answer then,
There's
guys. Because
multiple reasons.
Why
Chris,
for the
hang,
nukes? Is that what you're
Dodds out,
telling me?
Dodds out. Let's let him answer because we're asking him questions and you're bombarding him. Let's let him answer and then we can rebuttal. So, sorry, Chris, the floor's yours.
No, as far as what the military stated officially, there were four main objectives. I don't think we've accomplished the primary objective yet, but I think it will be.
What
Do
does
you?
that even mean?
The nuclear one, that is. I'm sorry.
Why
Okay, and what does that look like? What does that look like?
I don't know.
t-
I'm not in the skiff. I'm not part of a
Okay,
special
do
well,
you?
that's
forces
what it
unit.
seems to
I
me
mean,
exactly what's
I,
happened. You
I
motherfuckers don't know shit, and you're
I've
going
got a
with
question.
your
But
I've got a
Chris, why,
question.
hands on your dick and
why shouldn't?
mind up your ass.
why
Like
are you talking about
you have
dicks
no
and
common
stuff?
sense on what the fuck you're doing
Oh,
anymore.
hold on,
Why
Chris.
are you
You have
talking
no clue
about?
on what you're.
Hi,
Guys, please
yeah,
stop interrupting.
yeah.
I have a question for Chris though. Chris, given how much
Damn.
plague, given how much plague comes from, Jews in different institutions around the world, why shouldn't Iran have a nuke? Why shouldn't they, be attacking different facilities in Tel Aviv? Iran never
Sorry, I
bothered
was
me.
muted. Sorry, I was muted. Why shouldn't Iran have a nuclear weapon? Is that what you asked?
Yes.
Well, for several reasons. One, um, as has been proven, if they get a nuclear weapon, they're willing to attack other Arab countries in the region. They've already done that. That's been proven. Do you want Saudi Arabia to be wiped out by a nuclear weapon?
Well, it's brown on brown violence for all I care. Iran doesn't bother me.
Sure, but surely you don't want Saudi Arabia to be destroyed by nuclear weapons.
I don't mind if Saudi Arabia provokes Iran. Iran should fight back.
What if they don't provoke Iran, though, and Iran just decides, hey, you know, you're not abiding by what we want, and we have a nuclear weapon, and therefore we're going to launch nuclear weapons against you?
How does that affect me? Just like how America went to Venezuela, that
Well,
didn't
you
affect
didn't
me.
ask how it affects you. You didn't ask how it affects you. You asked why shouldn't Iran have a nuclear weapon, and there's
Yeah, from a
several reasons
yeah
why.
from a Western perspective, I'm not Saudi Arabian.
Do
He's
you
fear
think
mongering. That's what he's
I
doing.
I got a
He's fear
I'm
question,
not
mongering.
Chris?
fear
And then
Do you
you're
mongering.
think?
I
unleashing
keep
Hi,
coming
ICE
up
on
with
Dodds
facts,
out,
Americans.
God.
You
dodds
You are
only
out,
not.
support
dodds out,
ICE
I
to
don't.
dodds
Dude,
out.
establish
Chris, hold on.
authoritarian
Tom
rule
was
within
asking
America.
me a
Hold
Like,
question.
on.
you're
Look,
fucking
guys.
Tom was
retarded. You
asking
don't know what you're
me a
doing.
Wait,
You're trying to
question.
hold people
guys.
hostage.
Look, calm down. Look, Chris, I'm not a Saudi Arabian. I'm not in Arabia, so I don't really care. Just like how when America went to Panama and funded death squads in Nicaragua in South America, they did that over there. Didn't really affect me though. So why shouldn't Iran have nukes? I mean, if Iran wants to have nukes, I don't see an issue with that, to be honest. Iran never threatened me.
Okay, so you're asking me why should America be concerned with them having a nuclear weapon? Because you also don't live here, Tom, but I'll answer your question if that's what you're asking.
Yes, but I know your answer. It's you think Iran's going to attack America, but the only reason Iran doesn't like America is because.
No, we don't think no, 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 no.
Mhm.
I don't think Iran's gonna attack the country of America directly. I don't think that at all. I don't know why you said I think that, but I don't. What I do think they'll do is either launch one of these weapons against someone in the region they don't agree with if they want to, okay? And they've proven they'll even attack Arab countries, Muslim countries. Oh, so you don't care
Of
about
course
that.
not.
So I'll tell you about the American side, okay? Well, I figured you would since you're a Muslim. But, anyways, as far as we go, we have installations over there. We have military personnel over there. We have civilians over there.
See, you're over there. Get out.
Okay.
Leave. You're over there.
No.
Why? Why you're invading over there? Why don't you leave?
Dude, I'm not talking about bases in Iran. I'm talking about bases in Europe where they have missiles with the range to carry a nuclear payload into Europe.
I've got to interject here. I've got to interject here. The only time they missiles can interfere in Europe
I
is when
can
they're
post
stripped
the
down.
stats of the missile for
Chris,
you.
no one interrupted you. When the only chance their missiles have got it in Europe is when they're stripped down, so there's no emissions in the
Europe
missiles.
has no defense. Europe has barely any defense
Yeah,
that can
yeah.
keep up
See,
Yeah,
with
we
see,
barely. Hold on.
200
Okay,
to
Ian,
understood. What?
500.
What? How are we?
Hold
Hold
on,
on.
How?
guys, come on, please, one at a time. Chris, we don't have defense against North Korea either. North Korea isn't affecting Europe. Iran isn't affecting Europe. Iran should be a friend of Europe, in fact. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah, but they're not. As a matter of fact, most of
because
those
they're cock
countries
blocked
are
by
going
Israel.
of
Cock
going
blocked.
the way of realizing they're a bunch of fucking okay, and they're starting to
Hello.
declare the government a terrorist organization, as they should. Your country might not because your country is weak as fuck, and you're already conquered by fucking Muslims.
Conquered by Jews, you
You
idiot.
are Muslim, so you don't
Conquered by
fucking
Jews,
care.
you
Okay,
idiot.
how are we, Chris? How are we
Conquered by
supposed to
Jews, you
perceive
idiot.
Trump's pullout of
You're
Iran right
conquered by
now that happened
Muslims.
today?
Conquered by
How would you
Jews.
like us to perceive?
We're conquered by Jews and Indians. Go on.
That's true.
The,
That is true.
Faisal, go
I
on.
can vouch for that. As someone who lives in Wales, I can vouch for that. I've got
Okay,
a
when
question. Isn't it a bit ironic that Iran? It's not a question. It's more of a statement. I've been 7 days away from nuclear bombs for like 27 years. Like that's the irony for me. Is like they've been close for 27 years. If I've been close to something for 27 years, I'd cry.
also
It's
you can say Iran is
Can I
like,
address that?
hold on quickly, Chris, just to Genie. I mean, people can say like Iran's a crazy country all they want, but Iran never really was an issue to Europe. Never was, and I don't think they ever will be. I mean, again, I think Iran should be a friend to Europe. There's many
And you've
crazy.
never had
There's
terrorist
many. Hold on.
attacks in
There's many.
Europe,
Not by
Tom.
Iran. No. There's
You've
many.
never had terrorist
Not by Iran. No.
Not
terrorist
from Iran.
Iran
Not by
sponsored
Iran.
attacks in
Never
Europe,
by
Tom.
Iran. Never by Iran.
Yeah, okay, okay.
What do you mean? Okay.
You are a Muslim,
Can you
dude. I
name one?
get that you're trying.
Chris, stick to the topic. Can you name a attack Iran has done in Europe? I can name Jewish attacks, like the killing of British politician Lord Moyne. Why should Israel be our friend? I mean, Jews killed the British politician Lord Moyne. Iran didn't kill anyone in Europe. So why should Israel be our friend and Iran shouldn't be our friend? Logic dictates Iran should be our friend instead. I mean, they never bothered us. They never threatened us. They never threatened me or my country. Israel did. I mean, the guy who runs the refugee open border system in my nation is a Jew. So if I'm looking at the common denominator here of where all these issues are coming from, they're coming from the chosen ones.
I think unidentified had something to say, so we'll go to unidentified.
Mosiak, co-host Mosiak, Big Boss Mosiak is here. You're all done now. You're
We'll
all done.
we'll go to unidentified patriot because she had something to say, and I know Tom likes her opinion.
My question is to everybody on this panel. Why did Israel denuclearize Iraq in the 80s and Syria in 2007, but they were never able to denuclearize completely the Iranian nuclear system?
That's a fair question, but it's a military question. And you have to be on a need to know basis, and none of us need to know.
Because the Iranians learned from the mistakes of the Iraqis in previous history, and in 2003,
You're on a
once
need to know basis, too.
Just trust the
one
plan,
second,
right, bro? Trust the
Yo,
one
plan.
second. 2003,
What am
the
I supposed
Iranians.
to?
right. Let's one voice at a time. It's getting late, so one voice at a time, guys. We'll go pajamas, and then we go Chris, and then we go Nikita. Let's not interrupt each other, so we can understand each other. Because I want to understand you guys.
Point one, 2003, the Iranians came out with a study that was applied upon their military infrastructure of divided military networks after the Iraqi invasion and the complete sanction of Syria. Second, on the subject what you stated, I'm from Kuwait, by the way. The Iranians already have the two tactical nukes, miniature tactical nukes. The Saudis already have their nuclear bombs in the form of Pakistan's nuclear program. General Zia, who took over the country, stated to Ben Gurion on national TV
That breathing pattern is terrible, though.
that the nuclear program of Pakistan is a Saudi nuclear program that was also funded by Muammar Gaddafi
Welcome, everyone.
of Libya. The Iranians, if they want to bomb someone, they'll bomb the
If you have any
Israelis.
questions or you want me to
The
say
reason why they
something,
bombed the
type it in the
Emiratis,
chat.
point three, why they bombed the Emiratis severely was
And
because the
I'll
installation
put
of
it
the
to
Iron
the
Dome
panel.
in troops, Jordanian troops, mercenaries from Colombia, ex-military, private military by Eric Prince, the American, ex-Navy SEAL, Australian troops, etc., etc., etc. Today, the former Speaker of the House of the Parliament of Kuwait came out with a statement on Twitter, but the people here don't read Arabic. He said, if there's no Saudi Arabia, there's no Kuwait. If there's no Kuwait, there's no Saudi Arabia. Everyone is lining up against Emirates. So what you're saying is just misinformation, and the gentleman Tom is correct. Look how the Israelis initiated the nuclear program by spying and stealing from the United States of America. Since when did we commit genocide? So, and by the way, as a Christian, it's kind of funny. Who honors Jesus? The Jews or the Muslims?
Muslims.
Exactly. So, who's the most quoted prophet in the Quran? Moses, peace be upon him. Then Jesus. Then the Prophet Muhammad.
You're gonna get
You
another
can
drink.
come up with whatever bullshit you want. Just come up
Sorry
with
about that.
me with facts, and we'll have a discussion, debate as two speaker. But don't come up to me lying, bring things out of context, because that's what you keep doing. That's what a lot of your speakers keep doing. And one of the most famous gentlemen to convert from Christianity to Islam, his name is Ahmed Didat. He was an archbishop of the Catholic Church. He speaks English, Arabic, French, Hindu, Urdu, I think it's Russian. Not once has he lost a debate. He's made several speakers that went up against him convert from Christianity to Islam. Priests, bishops, archbishops. So give us a break. This program, this initiative of Israel has caused the whole
Sorry
world to
about
get
that again.
fucked. We don't want you leave. You just walk out. Go take something else. Go take Iceland. Go take Frankfurt.
I have a better idea. We can send all the hook nose Jews
How
to
about we
Africa.
just respect the world order as it is? How about
the
that?
state of Israel even existed.
Engineer, and you try to speed up this Talmudic fantasy of creating end of day Armageddon. This is what you guys are attempting to do, and a lot of American troops have came out stating that commanding officers, CEOs, are saying that this is a Christian Armageddon end of days battle. Okay, you guys want to speed up the process? You can't speed up God's prophecy. That's just mentally sick. But you want to do it? Go ahead. Wallah, the day.
I feel like pajama. Yeah.
Prophecy, you religious fucking.
Do you have a single family member?
Yeah, the three angels don't come down to your Euphrates River, and the trumpets are blown by four angels, correct?
Do you have a single family member in the United States?
I went to academy in Missouri. It's irrelevant, but I'm gonna go down the road because I want to see what you're saying.
I'm just asking you a question.
Space is rugged.
Do you speak a language of Arabic?
That has nothing to do with your military.
Nor does your question either. Thank you.
Neither does your family question. What the hell?
Yeah, exactly. The fuck. I mean,
ZX,
it's like
go
it's
for it.
funny that they always
Why
like
are
to
you
take pride
saying
in all
our
this shit.
soldiers are saying things
Calm
and
down.
you don't?
Let's go to the hands, guys. Let's go to the hands.
Shut the fuck up.
Let's go to the hands.
What our soldiers
Yo, Chris.
It's all over the news. It's all over the news.
It's all over the
confessions.
news. Which
It's
news?
confessions.
Which news?
No, he is correct. Peter, what's his name? Peter Hegsgift, the guy.
Guys.
It was.
Sorry,
Peter. I just wanted to say why is Iran part of the NPT in Israel, aren't then? If that's part of the war program to take the nuclear weapon off Iran, why isn't none of this against Israel when they've supposedly got nuclear weapons, but no one wants to say a boo about them, and they're allowed to attack 8 countries with over 3 years? What's the double standards for, Chris? Why won't you say
Do you want to know my honest
Israel?
opinion, Nikita?
Yeah, go on, let down to that.
I don't think Israel ever had nuclear weapons. happens. I think they're just bluffing.
No, I
Fair
think they
enough.
stole the
Nah,
news.
this is
The,
not even a real human.
The reason why I say this is because the size of a like the size, the geopolitical size of Israel is so extremely small that if a Chernobyl incident were to happen from, say, God forbid, Hamas or the PLO, that would that would wipe Israel out of the map, and
But
that is
there's
for sure the last thing they'd want, right?
but I agree. But at the same time, there's rumors. There's a lot of rumors that they've got them. So what's the difference with Iran saying that they're going to go up to 63% to enriched uranium, and Israel get to do whatever the fuck they want without being part of the NPT? Bit of double standards, don't you think, Chris?
yeah,
Well,
Iran
I
is a
mean,
much more
Iran has
moral.
attacked and killed our troops.
Because your troops were
So is
over there,
Israel.
you
So if
idiots.
Israel.
What are
Wait there,
U.S.
Tom.
troops
Wait there,
doing in
Tom.
the Middle East?
What are you
So
doing
if
over
Israel.
there? You were over there in their land. Of course they're gonna attack you. What a stupid thing to
We
say.
were, dude, we were not in Iran, first of all. Okay, it was in fucking Lebanon, Tom. So
Yeah,
we
what are you
weren't
doing in
in
Lebanon?
their
What are you
land.
doing in Lebanon?
Okay.
What are you doing in
What do you
Lebanon.
Lebanon?
mean?
What are you
What were
doing in
we
Iraq?
doing in
What gives you the
Lebanon?
right to
Why?
occupy
Why
these
is the
countries?
Iran concerned what we're doing in Lebanon? We're not even in their fucking country.
Okay, but who gave you the right to occupy Lebanon and Iraq? Who
I'm
gave you that
pretty
authority?
sure. I'm pretty sure. Lebanon knew that we were gonna be building a fucking barracks there. Okay.
Okay, I mean, like again, like it's a sovereign country. What are you doing in the Middle East? Why are you there? Who gave
Who
you the
gives
right
a
to?
fuck,
Oh, no, hold on.
dude?
Who gave you the right to
If
invade
What do you mean?
Iraq
Hold on.
and
What do you
kill a
mean? Who
if
million
gives a fuck?
civilians?
countries agree with the U.S.
Okay,
over in a
did Iraq
region,
agree to the U.S. invading them?
why do you keep interrupting me?
No,
You're
because I'm
going in
asking you a
from
serious
question to
question.
question.
Did Iraq
Do you want?
agree to the U.S. invading them and killing a million of their people and Abu Ghraib tortures and rape and murder and theft of their artifacts? Did the Iraqis agree to that?
Yeah, Christian
Of
extremism, by the
course
way.
not. But that was a fucking war, dude.
No, it wasn't. It was an
Okay, so
invasion, an
would
illegal
you be okay
invasion.
with the hold
Oh
on.
my God.
Wasn't the
You
So
war?
guys are such
hypothetically,
How
would you
was
be
it a
okay
war?
you
with the
guys are
Germans in
such
World War II coming
Muslim
to your
fucking
country and
saints.
plundering your land? Would
No,
you be
You
no,
okay
guys
with
I
are
that?
don't.
such
Hold on,
Muslim.
sorry. I'm sorry. An illegal invasion going in and raping, kids and killing people in their homes. To say that's a war, I don't know if that's a fair assessment because I'm pretty sure if Iraqis went to America and did that in Texas or Mississippi, you'd be crying. So I don't think
We
that's
got
like a fair thing to
37.
say, especially since George Bush called it a war and said, "Oh, this is God told me to go and invade. God told me." He was saying all this evangelical Christian bullshit when he did it. So, if you want to talk about how Muslims act, that's a Christian extremist act. And I have documents showing many soldiers went to Iraq with Bible scriptures on their rifles. On their rifles. And when George Bush was given the documents about what they're going to do in Iraq, those typical evangelical scriptures. But I want to go to Mosiak if he's still there because I want to know his opinion on, the whole, Iranians killed us when we were over there. What do you think, Mosiak?
Tom, do you expect anyone in the U.S. military, much of which is a Christian population, to not carry Bibles or write verses on rifles or wear crosses? Come on,
Yeah,
that's
You guys
very
fund the
when you
unrealistic.
kill
genocide of
someone,
Palestinians
When you're
every day.
going to cause
What do you
death
want
and
me to
That's
say?
very
destruction.
when
unrealistic.
you kill someone, I'm pretty sure when you go, if an Iraqi, guarantee you, had a necklace of Allah and attacked somebody in Texas, I'm pretty sure you would say that's a religious extremist act. So if the Christian is doing the exact same thing, I'm pretty sure that's a Christian extremist act.
It was just like a Roman invasion with guns, wasn't it? Really. That's basically what it was. If that's the case, if they were going in with Bible, it was basically a Roman invasion with high-tech military against cavemen. The fuck kind of war is that? A war is
It wasn't a war.
an even fight. A war is an even fight.
It was an invasion, an illegal
Yeah.
invasion, and an immoral invasion. If you get your morals from the Bible, if you're a Christian, that you can speak after. Go on, Wozniak. I think his internet might be playing up. If it is, then I will go to Dodzo.
Can you hear me, Tom?
Yeah, now finally, yes, I can.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. Something was wrong. Real quick, unidentified. No, Israel has nukes. It literally has the Samson option, which literally means
They have
I'm taking
plausible deniability, though.
I'm taking everybody
They
down
neither
with me.
they've never they never they were never involved within the NPT. That's one, and then two, they never
Unidentified, then
sent.
you know that they have the nuclear bomb. Stop being stupid, okay?
No,
You just
they don't
yes,
have
you know.
nuclear weapons.
No, they do.
They don't.
Okay,
They have
yes, they do.
nuclear power. They don't
Unidentified.
have
لا
nuclear
تطلع
weapons.
نهاري.
They
Don't
don't have
burn
the
my blood.
warhead.
لا تحرقي دمي يلا.
يا زلمة أنا معك خليني امشي معي يا
No,
زلمة
English,
هيك.
please. English, please. I
Yeah.
don't know what you said.
No, no voodoo, yeah, please. Thank you.
Plausible
ZXY.
deniability. They have
Can we
plausible
all?
deniability that they have
Yeah.
nuclear weapons.
I don't care enough. But
JF Kennedy's main issue with Israel, unidentified.
I don't think JF Kennedy has an issue with Israel. I think he
He
just
did.
wanted to
He
unify the
didn't have an
Arabs.
issue.
He did.
I think I have a theory. He
No,
wanted
no,
to
there's no
unify the
thinking.
Arabs.
We read history. We don't think.
Okay, okay,
We
okay.
read.
So he had an issue. He had an issue. He wanted to unify the Arabs.
And wanted to take that and wanted to stop the
He
proliferation
attempted
of
to
Zionism.
unify Egypt, Syria, and he was going to other Arabs to unify them under the Ba'ath Party.
Did she just say that?
What are you talking about? We're talking we're talking about the nukes that JF Kennedy went against because they wanted to use the nukes back in the days. They literally had
They
a Samson
wanted.
option. By the way, Israel cannot exist with the only reason Arabs are hesitant to go all out is because they know they have nukes.
Not in Israel. They have nukes, but not in Israel. They have them in
Yes,
other
they
locations
have
of the
it
world.
in Israel.
Not in Israel, no.
Unidentified. Stop it.
Even if they don't have them in Israel, submarines are easy to buy when you're a country.
ZXY, you got your hand up. I feel like he's gonna drop off.
Yeah, I just Chris left, but I'll just ask a general question to the space. I mean, it's funny when like American neoconservatives want to act like they care about Christianity or Christians. Meanwhile, they support a Jewish terrorist state that assaults and kills Christians on a daily basis. But I mean, my question is, since you guys believe in the Bible, right? Apparently, you guys claim to believe in the scriptures, right? Which you obviously don't. What right do you have, like, on a biblical basis, right? What right do you have to go to other people's countries and slaughter children, women, elderly
True.
people, because you believe you're better than? Is it because you believe you're better than everyone else, or do you use a biblical basis for that? Like, just asking, really.
Yep, they've been essentially. It's a mixture of their strange American patriotism.
Yeah, and I'm
The
saying this, by the way, I'm saying this as a Roman Catholic, right? Seeing what the Jewish terrorists in Israel do to nuns, priests, bishops. I mean, it's really interesting how so-called Christians in the West can support such a state. I mean, like, let alone the fact that like Jews literally think that Christ was a false Messiah, right? And that they insult the Virgin Mary and all that stuff. So I mean, it's just curious. I mean, it's just a interesting question I'd like to ask. So like, it's just really,
yeah,
it's just mind-boggling.
look, the dispensationalist evangelical sect is very it's like a cult essentially. They don't really operate on logic.
It's the same level of thinking as what's it called, Scientology, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's like the Puritans back in the day, in Oliver Cromwell's times. They were a bit crazy as well. ZX. Also, you have to understand when you twist the American freedom aspect into it, these fuckers love like freedom, freedom, freedom. If they see another country that's a bit traditional, to them it's like, oh my god, this is pure evil. They hate freedom. That kind
It's
of
actually interesting when they talk about freedom because I mean, let's take the example of Iraq. What exactly was like so freedom oriented about raping and torturing prisoners in Abu Ghraib? What was so, or for example, in World War II, what was so freedom oriented about dropping two nuclear bombs on two Japanese cities, wiping out populations in the hundreds of thousands? What is so freedom oriented about committing a genocide against the German people at the behest of kikes, right, in World War II? What was
And
so freedom
don't forget
oriented about
South
that?
America, like the death squads in Nicaragua and Cuba and Panama. These were all funded by America to overthrow their leaders, which they didn't like.
Chile, Pinochet.
Yeah, Chile as well. Um, and
Even Argentina to an extent, because if you look around the '78 World Cup, that was a dictatorship as well. And
the funniest thing to me though is there was a time where they looked at these traditional Middle Eastern men and praised them when they were fighting the Soviets. If you remember Operation Cyclone, I mean, they funded the Mujahideen in Afghanistan.
then they got them to fight in the Balkans.
Yeah, correct.
Oh yeah, they even praised, even Reagan praised, called them the freedom fighters of Afghanistan, and dedicated a whole satellite into
Yeah,
space in their name.
and then
Yeah,
all of
speaking of the Balkans, let's not forget that that NATO also killed a lot of Orthodox Christians in Serbia.
Exactly.
So too.
who who's the main driver behind NATO? Because they have a lot of like crazy stuff they do in like Africa and all these random weird places, which doesn't really make sense to me. It's kind of like groups like Blackwater as well. You look at Blackwater, um, the guy who owns Blackwater is like this crazy radical evangelical crusader type guy, and
It's
they
interesting when they bring up the Crusades as well, because I mean the Crusades were pretty much hated. They're Jewish, man. Because when neocons, because neocons and evangelicals they worship kikes, right? They always like to talk about how Jews are the chosen people of God and all that shit, right? What they'll never tell you is, they praise the Crusades and all that. They'll never tell you the fact that the Crusades actually hated kikes more than they did Muslims. That's the funny part.
oh yeah, I mean they killed their fellow Christians too. Let's not forget the Crusaders. They looted Constantinople. They destabilized the Christian Byzantine Empire. Um, you know, the whole thing, the whole rhetoric around the crusade is fake anyway. Like, oh, it was against, it was
You know, it was so bad that they were the first victim, the Eastern Christians. They actually asked the Muslims to come and help them. That's how bad it was.
yeah, you're correct. You're correct.
My other question is, why did they remove the Shah from power, Mossad?
Um, where was that? The CIA. CIA.
Mossad wasn't involved.
And the CIA, because the CIA are the ones who got the.
Mossad was also involved.
I know, but the CIA at the main with the main part, because they were down to oil. That they wanted the oil
No, but
industry
look
there.
at the long term, the ideological long term. What is it? Who
I
does it
agree.
benefit? Creating a Sunni Shia war in the Middle East. Think about it that way.
I agree with that. I agree with that. The long term benefit, but at the time they weren't thinking long term. They were thinking, oh, how can we get the best out of the oil situation? If you
Yeah,
look
but you
at
guys
the
forgetting
time in
something. There
history,
was a revolution. It's all
yeah,
about
there was a
revolutions
revolution
happen.
in
It's all about which
revolution
power
in
is going to
'78.
fund
Revolution.
which party. Yes, there was
Do
a
you guys
revolution.
sincerely believe that the people have any say in revolting any
The
government in the
liberals
world?
and the seculars were all part of the
Tom,
revolution.
Roman Catholics were the Crusaders. Roman Catholics.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and evangelicals like to worship the
No,
Crusades, but they'll
listen,
forget about the
there,
fact.
no, no,
Hold
no.
on, hold on, hold on. Yeah, you evangelicals like to worship the Crusades all the time, but you'll forget about the fact that the Crusades hated the kikes because the kikes actually were worse, far worse than the Muslims, in fact, in their hostility towards the Christian faith. But you'll never bring that up, will you?
Didn't y'all force conversion too? I think so.
Yeah, what's the contention with the
Why did you just ignore
Reconquista?
what the Jews
Like
done? You
the
just
fuck?
whataboutism.
Yeah, it's always whataboutism with these evangelicals, right? It's just ridiculous shit.
It's unbiblical. That's why I'm using Grok, because y'all won't take a woman's word for anything. So I'm just going to
Take a
dispute
woman.
you
He's
with Grok,
Christian, by the
honey.
way. If you want to use this rhetoric, so
Why
you
why
can
do you
avoid
make it why do you make it a sexist thing? It's just a mouth breather thing for me. I won't listen to a mouth breather. You're okay.
Mouth breather.
Yeah, it's
What are
not
you
just
talking
is it a
about?
Every
woman.
Roman
time a Western
Catholics?
woman argues with a Muslim, she'll bring that up, right? But at the same time, her own people are abusing their own women, and we can see the abuse
That
because
happens
of
in the
alcohol.
Roman Catholic churches. They're the ones that are
Yeah,
pedophiles.
Hey, hey,
Yeah.
husbands
hey,
coming
hey, hey,
back
hey, hey,
home.
hey, hey, hey. You're not gonna do that stuff. I mean, Selena, since you're an evangelical, I'm sure you'll call out all the rabbis and all the Talmudic pedophiles in the synagogues that rape children. Will you do that as well as the
Yeah, just as soon.
pastors? Yeah. Are you gonna
Actually,
call out the
Selena,
Protestant
that's
pastors?
that's a question I want to ask you, Selena. So, I'm sure I'm pretty sure Jews have a ritual called Mestiza Bape, where the rabbi sucks on the baby penis. Do you think
I think
that's
priests suck penis too. You can ask them.
okay? Well, can you please answer this directly? Um,
Evangelicals don't worship priests.
okay,
Only Roman Catholics do.
are Jews wrong for this practice?
You just paid them more. You just paid them more.
They
Selena,
also believe pay your way out of heaven, pay your way
Selena,
out of hell. Well, none of that's
Right. Okay.
biblical, by
Let
the
me.
way.
No. Hold on, Tom.
If
Tom.
you can't support
Let me
anything you
ask her
say
a
with the Bible,
question. Hold on, Tom. Let me ask her a question, and then I'll unmute her. So, since you love the kikes so much, what do you think of how they treat Christians in the Sodomite state of Israel? Or do you approve of Jewish terrorists spitting at nuns and assaulting nuns? Do you approve of that as a quote unquote Christian, or like do the kikes get a pass because they're doing it to Catholics and Orthodox in the Holy Land? Please answer that question.
where's the safest place for Christians in the East?
The safest what?
it's
The
Jordan.
safest place for Christians in the East.
Jordan, I'd say
Rock it,
Jordan.
honey. I
Jordan
did.
and Lebanon,
I would say Jordan.
Israel. I rocked it.
Oh my God, grokked it.
Okay,
Where is the population
That's
growing in
Okay,
Israel?
so when the IDF, when the ITF, the Israeli terrorist forces bomb churches in Lebanon and Gaza, I mean, is that like being nice to Christians and giving them a safe haven, or I mean, what the fuck is there?
Can I surprise you guys? The safest place for Christians is in Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, and Kuwait, because not
That's a
once.
lie. You know it, honey. You can't have
No,
a
no, no,
church in
no, no.
Saudi Arabia,
Okay,
and you'll
okay,
go to jail
okay.
for
Can I
proselytizing.
finish?
You'll
Selena,
get your head chopped off. What are you
Selena,
talking about?
Selena, can I finish? Say, show me one time a Christian got attacked, killed, murdered, tortured in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, or the Emirates. Just one. Just one.
As soon as you give me one church in that place, give me the name of one church
Excuse
in
me.
Saudi Arabia. Give me
Excuse
the
me.
name
Don't
of
make
one
me.
church.
No, 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 no,
Give
no,
me
no,
the
no, no.
name of one
Don't
church
make
in
me
Saudi
come with my
Arabia.
real account.
Just
My
one,
grandfather
dog. Just
my
one.
We're talking about safety. Why does it matter if there's a church or not? We're talking about if they're safe.
Yeah, exactly. Also, another
They
thing to
want us to hide
mention
our
is
religion. That's why. And ZX would be okay with that, I guess.
wait,
can
that
we
would be
just
okay with
have one
what?
voice at a time? Can we have
Because
one voice at a
what the
time?
Bible says, anyways. He hates
Well,
Selena.
Jews.
I actually do. I study scripture on a daily basis, right? So I know a lot about the scriptures, especially when the Lord Jesus Christ calls these, satanic Jews a bunch of brood of vipers and the synagogue of Satan, right? So I mean, yeah. Also, just to keep in mind, the Jews invoke the blood curse upon themselves, right? So they're now cursed for eternity because of what they did to Jesus.
1 second. Kuwait.
You know what's
I
crazy?
could. 1 second. I can personally say
Guys, let Identified speak, please. She had her hand up for a long time.
that she's a girl. If she's a girl, she has to go first.
She's not you. Go on, unidentified.
Nor am I.
Pajama.
I
You're
still
being
love
You
you,
know what's
babe.
crazy? It's
What's
always the
crazy?
people in like the bumfuck Kentucky or like Missouri
Oh,
or
the Bible Belt.
Ohio
That's
that
what I was
want to
called, the
talk
Bible
about
Belt. We have a name,
geopolitics
Bible Belt.
and never even left their city, not even went to Colorado, didn't
I
even
want to leave my
drive
city to read the Bible.
4
It's
hours
Selena.
it's
west.
true
Hold
today.
up, a mute, please.
Right, Selena. last warning, because I feel like every time you interrupt, I'm losing brain cells.
Well,
So
can I
one,
shit on Islam next?
you do whatever you want. I'll listen to it, but I will call you out on it because I'm
How many
educated.
of
Relax. How can she do this? Is
God.
muted. Relax, Selena.
She called her buddies over at Mossad HQ to
Yeah, 8200. Yeah, pretty
get
much.
get Grok to debate me. Get Grok to debate me. But we'll
It
go
has
to
to be
undefined, right,
anything
guys?
aside from the white race. I'm sure there's like a lot of Mexicans and blacks too outside
What's
of your
funny is
city.
the woman is making fun of
Have
another
they ever
woman.
met?
Right. Next person is going in the goo pile. Next person's going down because I want to hear what an unidentified patriot's got to say. So pajama, Selena. Oh, pajama's gone. Thank you. Go on,
Never
Ed.
traveled in their life, and then
Right,
all of a
Selena, you're
sudden
gone.
know all the expertise about the Middle East. They know more about Muslims than Muslims themselves. That's crazy.
what's wrong.
For the same, you know, a lot of the world.
I'll ask you a simple question. I believe everything, so I'll ask you the question again. Do you think it's okay for the Jewish to suck baby penises when Jews are born? Yes.
Are you talking to me? I don't know
Yes.
because somebody keeps dropping me. The men, those little balls, woman
Do
who
you?
speaks for
Oh
herself.
my
I don't have a group or following. I stand alone on the Bible. What,
Say it.
Tom?
Do you think it's okay for Jews to do that?
Do I think Jews is, I haven't seen it. I don't think it's a practice that probably even happens anymore. I can understand why it might have happened back in the past. They had their reasons. Aren't Muslims also circumcised?
No one talked about the circumcision aspect. It was the sucking aspect.
Well, isn't it part of circumcision? Let's
No,
grok it.
Muslims
Let's
don't
grok
suck
it.
baby
This
Oh,
penis.
is
maybe they do it for fun because
There's
y'all are
some.
sick. Let's
There's
see what
some.
it's for. Let's
There's
see what
some.
the real purpose is.
it's sick no matter if it's for fun or for a reason, Selena. Jesus
What we're
fucking
seeing.
Christ. It doesn't
What
matter
we're.
if it's for nothing. What?
What we're seeing here
Oh.
is decades of Fox News brainwashing right in front of your eyes. We're just seeing it live.
Yeah, just Jew media, garbage. It's like God, so much. And next speaker.
Why are you attacking me?
Selena, no.
Why don't you attack
Selena,
my
no.
argument? That would be the right thing to do.
You
Than
don't really have
attacking
an
me
argument,
personally,
though. That's the
because that
issue.
makes you look weak and you lose the argument. when
You
do
don't
that.
really have an argument.
When you attack me personally, you've lost.
You don't
Little
have
boy,
an argument to
little
begin with,
boy.
so it's
I'm
like no use.
52 years.
Doesn't matter how old you are. You don't really
When
have
you
an
attack
argument.
people, the argument.
What argument
Thank
do you
you.
have? All you do is just
Anytime you
deflect.
attack me, personally, attack me.
Oh my God.
It's just holy mother of God. Anyways, next speaker. Go ahead, unidentified.
That's right, y'all worship Mary. I forgot about that.
Okay.
Who doesn't save you, by the way? If you can't support it with the Bible, ZX, then just don't claim it. How about that?
How about you try and close your mouth for 5 minutes, Selena, so someone else can speak without being interrupted? Your perspective doesn't matter. It's not just the Selena show and not just the Selena's perspective. It's everyone's perspective. So Messiah, you got your hand up. Crack on. I love you, Selena, but come on, we got some etiquette.
Yeah, I was just about to post regarding Christians. Actually, ever since the invasion, the beautiful Selena people, Americans, trying to help the Christians in the East, they almost dropped by half the Christian population in Iraq. So I post whoever next. I just want to add that.
Mosaic, I wanted to ask you regarding Egypt. Then, what's Egypt's situation with like Israel? Are they? Because I've heard criticisms. They don't, they're afraid to attack Israel.
They get too much money off America to attack Israel. That they're part of that. They get subsidized, so it'll never happen.
They get what again? Let's take this bit by bit.
Yeah. No. So yeah.
So,
when
I'll answer you, Tom. But let's see first of all the criticism, because this is this is the perfect type of criticism. So Nikita, you're saying they live off
Well, not that they live
America?
off. They get not they live off, but that's one of the main sources of income within the country. That
The
there's a
main
subsidy.
sources of income. So what?
No,
Okay, so what is the
I'm not
GDP
saying
of
it's the
Egypt?
main. I'm not
No,
saying.
no,
No,
no.
I'm not
no,
saying.
no.
I'm not saying.
Mozart is he's coming at
I'm
it
not.
from.
I'm not.
I
I'm
know, I
I'm
know,
not.
I know. I just want to say because it's not only him. It's
No,
obviously the
it's
same.
it, it's not.
It's the
This is
same repeated. Take it step by step. Okay, you're a grown man. You know numbers, right? Because I always deal with numbers. I don't do emotions because I'm a man. So
yeah,
what is
of
the
course.
GDP of Egypt?
I don't
What
know, but
is
I
it?
don't do. I couldn't
Okay,
say
so
it.
it's almost like $400 billion. How
Yeah,
much
bro.
does Egypt receive every year from
I
America?
was, I was told it's around 40 to $50 million every year.
40. So 40,
Every year.
and Egypt's
Yeah.
GDP is $4 billion.
But what? But lad, money can upset everything. I'm not saying it's right.
So
I'm
you're
saying
saying
money.
they're saying that the $400 billion
You miss.
is living off
You're misunderstanding.
$40 million.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, bro. What I'm
Uh-huh.
saying is, it, at the top of every government, just like I know what happens to our politicians. Everyone gets paid off. That's all I'm saying.
You know,
I agree. With what you're saying, Mozart. What
he's
I'm
a good.
saying is,
Mozart, he's a good guy. He's just this
I'm,
right.
No, no,
I'm
This
not.
guy.
I know. By the way, it's not only him because people are just repeating rhetoric without actually
I'm not
knowing
repeating.
numbers.
Yeah, this rhetoric does get fed around X, which
I'm not
It's like
repeating that rhetoric though.
how
This is
can
my.
40 million feed
You're
400 billion?
you're
Don't you
you're
think that's like mathematically?
you're misunderstanding my point though. I'm not
It's.
saying that.
Can I just correct
I'm
the
saying
figures? Is actually 1.4 billion they get. They get 1.4 billion.
Is it what is it? Is in dollars or just in
They get
military
they
equipment?
get 1.3 billion military aid, 1.25
Uh,
million economic
those
support
people
fund,
eat
and a few
weapons.
million.
So you have 120 million people who are living off food,
not.
gas, all that.
How Mozart give his.
You made a statement.
I like you.
Okay, let me now do the education, right? You did your clickbait. You click right. So I'm gonna do the education. So you have 120 million Egyptians every day. They're eating subsidized food. That's a lot of money. Subsidized energy, petrol. That's a lot of money. Do you know what's petrol?
I knew that was gonna happen. Needs to get another one. I knew that was gonna happen. I'm gonna end it there, guys. Thank you all for coming. 1 o'clock, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 4 hours. That's good enough. I'm probably banned. None of them views are my own. You all know my views. I agree with some of them. I disagree with some of them. I don't know if we're going to be back up. If we are, I shall stay on. Yeah, that's it for tonight, guys. So I appreciate every one of you. Be kind to each other. Have fun. Troll. But don't be a bad person. Because nobody likes a bad person. Much love.